渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Nghi Si,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Nghi Si,
piu piu,
Đỗ Nghi Si,
piu piu.
Đỗ Nghi Si. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Nghi Si.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu 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 piu, đừng piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, lên, 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 banana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bạn hết chúng đó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Yeah! Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。 力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3. Piu đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên, 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 lên mana.
Cố lên anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Yeah! Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yoっしゃ! 第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
「
は俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Messi.
Welcome to the M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 5. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Husky, straight out of MPL MY. Husky, how you doing?
I'm doing good, right? We just finished MPL MY Phase 1 playoffs. You guys just had your grand finals. TLPH, finally, champions again. Well, for us, we just got our first representative to Riyadh, right? SRG OG qualified after a 3-2 victory over Homeboys. Now we get to catch a break and see which team from Mekong will make it to wildcards too.
That's right. Already they've locked in the Kamai representative in CFU, joining the group stage. And just this weekend, Legion Esports out of the VMC qualified. And here we're going to find another one. RLG, the runner-up from a VMC, is amongst the competitors. So later on, we'll introduce who exactly is amongst Group A and Group B of the M Challenge Cup Season 5. And in case you don't know, there's a lot of familiar faces here. I'm talking to all the Filipinos. There's a bunch of imports here. Did you take a peep, Husky, at the rosters already?
Yes, I did. I actually am quite surprised that there were some imports playing in MCCM. There's even one familiar face that I recognize that played in MPL MY, 4 or 5 seasons ago, but as a sub, but still was in MPL MY, and that season, the team that he was in actually won the championship.
So he is in turn a champion, but now he's playing for one of these teams. Again, more on that when we actually meet the squads. Folks, it's not just the wildcard slot that these teams are vying for. Again, the champion goes to Riyadh, but also an amazing prize pool. So we'll show you guys exactly what they're fighting for. Again, a big pot, a ticket to one of the grandest international events in all of the MLBB Esports region. One river, many rivals, one champion. How many countries exactly are in here? Because again, I've spent the past few years being a fan, and I feel like I'm a part of this, you know? Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Brunei, and Timor-Leste. These are very nearby, and these are teams that we know, but it always seems like they're evolving before our very eyes.
Yeah, we even last season when we did this alongside our friends Lafel and Redmar, we had very familiar faces, right? One of them being Nightmare Esports, who also had a very great run, I think, in the season 4 Mekong Challenge. And winner takes away the pot of $3,000 and a slot to the wild cards, and that is basically the grand prize, right? One step closer towards Riyadh.
And of course, runner-up takes home one hand, and then for 3rd and 4th place, $5,000 they each take home. So again, go deep, go far, and you might have to punch your ticket to the Middle East. Go ahead and visit Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and if not, come up short, buy yourself a short vacation. Why not? The format goes as such. We are breaking down the groups from A and B all the way into a single elimination bracket, and then they will face off against each other in a best of 5. Winner survives, moves on, goes into a best of 7. Winner takes it all.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 6 teams split into 2 groups of 3. Top 2 from each group will advance to the elimination bracket, right? The top 4 playoffs. And today we're actually going to go through the entire Group A, which I think consists of RLG Vietnam, Nightmare Esports, and ESB Titans. And by the end of today, 3 best of 3s, we will know which 2 teams deserve to go to top 4.
That's what you call a single round robin. So the more points you score, the better. Again, best of 3 is on the line. A sweep will score you 3 points. A 2-1-2, and well, a loss, nada. That's it. So make sure you do your best. Again, 3, 2, 1 point. Yeah, if you go 1-2, so tight. Again, these series are tight, even if they are just best of 3s.
Yeah, tight, and in a way that there's very little time in between for teams to really do major adaptations, right? You probably get like a 15-20 minute downtime before your next match if you're unlucky. Obviously, due to how the schedule is arranged, certain teams will just have to buck up. If you sort of drop game 1, you have to make sure that if any cheese strat that you have, you pull it out before it's too late.
These athletes are currently competing on ground in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and they are tied by that singular geographical wonder of the world, the Mekong region river. And again, we've seen crazy things come out of this region, Husky. We've seen the domination of Legion Esports, whether it be by name or, you know, by the way they used to be called. And of course, we've seen the evolution again. Were there any Filipinos in? No, RLG, there you go, we saw RLG. They have a couple of imports, Ashrit and Carl.
Yeah, especially Carl. He was the guy that was with Todak in MPL MY in season 11 under their squad B. And at that time, Todak, they brought in a couple of imports and they had this big 10-man roster, and that was the season that they won the grand finals 4-0 over Team SMG. Carl obviously didn't get as much screen time as the local roster, but still it is quite an achievement to be able to travel to different regions and now playing as for the VMC 2025 runner-up team RLG for another shot to head to the desert of Saudi Arabia.
We're setting up for the first match, ladies and gentlemen. No significant adjustments to the game. So what you enjoyed last night, the action that Husky brought to you from MPLMY, the Game 7 slobber knocker that we brought to you from MPLPH should be inspirations for the matchup you're about to witness today. So Husky, let's talk about the meta game. You can look back at the VMC. You can look back at the Lao qualifier. You look back at the Timor-Leste qualifier, the Brunei qualifier, at the Thai qualifier. But come on, let's talk about the top tier MLBB Esports metagame. What are you expecting from these two teams now?
Well, if we just talk about the meta itself, right, like Harif is one of the premier picks, right? Harif, Moscow Ranger, we see a lot of Tusin. The Kalea as well has been very popular, at least from MPL MY. That is what people have been gravitating towards. The Kimmy also a big flex. Baxia, which popped up in week number 4 of MPL MY, also became a big thing. But there are also some pocket picks that I've been seeing from non-SCA regions, including Mekong. The Yi Shun Shin, Team Spirit from ECA brought out Yi Shun Shin and won that game. I think Ultra Legends or MENA also did that as well. I think even in the Vietnam qualifiers, one of the Team Spirit Evolution also brought out Yi Shun Shin in their games. Maybe this is going to be one of the picks that RLG is going to show somewhere down the road.
A lot of quick reworks happened in the past month of MLBB Esports, and again, the Yi Shun Shin might be a legit threat coming out of the jungle. Speaking of which, are we expecting Fredrin again? Is Fredrin Baksha a thing? You think that's going to be something our Mekong athletes are to bring out? Because I'll tell you now, back in the Philippines, you got to ban or pick these two heroes. Like, that is key here. Now let's watch out if Nightmare from Lao or RLG will keep those as priorities. It's Nightmare on the play. I'd say take out the Chip and the Loyi too. Is that big from where you're from, Husky?
No. Well, Chip and Loyi, yes. Chip and Loyi, incredibly big. I think the Fredrin, I agree with you. Fredrin Baxia is almost a must ban. In fact, Baxia has been the priority ban in the first phase throughout all the games we had yesterday. I believe we had 14 out of 15 games. Baxia is perma-ban. No one gets to pick it at all. Fredrin slipped through a couple of times, but Fredrin's win rate yesterday was abysmal. They played 4 games of Fredrin out of 5 between SRG OG and Homeboys, and Fredrin lost 4 games, all 4 games that he was picked in. So I'm not really sure how it's going to look like in Mekong, even based off of just the Vietnam qualifiers itself. There actually weren't much Fredrin being banned or picked, which is quite surprising. Freya, though, was an interesting standout. Primarily banned, I think, against specific teams, but I don't see it being a problem for Nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, whenever we approach or in the heat of international events, Freya is such a cheese pick that you gotta watch out for. Even our friends from China have to watch out for that. So once the qualifiers for China begin, then all the more you should watch out for Freya. Here we go. Couple of bans already set in for Nightmare and RLG. Fovius and Mathilda for Nightmare. RLG, the runner-ups from the VMC, take out the Hayabusa and the Joy. What'll be left from the jungle here? Are we going to be watching a utility jungler matchup? It looks like they just want to take out all the high-priority junglers.
Yeah, it seems so, right? Like, after Joy and Hayabusa, we probably will be looking at Suyo. The Fredrin now gets banned out because I was looking at Fredrin being a potential, red 1-2 pick for RLG. Now, without the Fanny, this first pick, I think for Nightmare, you probably would be looking at man, I want to say Suyo, but I don't feel like Suyo is the first pick to go. You probably will be looking like a Baksha or a Kalea, which is one of the one of the priority picks overall across multiple big regions, you know, like even MPL, MY, ID, and PH.
Yeah, I'd say Kalea, Loyi even, Harith. Those are valid first picks, but Baksha is what Nightmare goes first. Again, I think Coach Alain is going for the ultimate flex. Baksha goes into the XP, the roam, and the jungle. There's so many things Baksha can do that RLG have to think about now.
And it's also sort of a soft counter to the Harith, right? You take away some of the shielding that he gets, and even from all of his hybrid lifesteal spellband that he's gonna get from his passive and items down the road as well. Kalea going over the RLG, which is also one of the few picks that the Baksha doesn't mind going up against, because it's like, okay, you have healing, but I take it down a notch.
And it's because of that Nightmare don't have to commit exactly to which lane Baksha goes into. I love how RLG effectively attacked too easy for Lexi, and he doesn't care. Like, it doesn't faze him one bit, I would assume. Coach Alain, very much in control. I'm guessing the Granger or the Moskov shows here. One or the other. You have to pick a good gold laner now, or else risk it getting banned in the second phase.
Yeah, I personally prefer the Moskov a bit more because of the flexibility he provides in the macro sense, but Nightmare Esports goes the other direction, taking a very early Valentina and a Badang. Badang in particular has been a very popular pick too, at least in MPL MY, in the blue 2-3 slot or the red 1-2. But showing the Badang in this case still doesn't fully reveal where this Baksha is going to go, but it does give a decent idea of this Baksha potentially ending up in the jungle if in the second phase this Badang suddenly realizes that he doesn't have a good matchup in the side lanes and is forced to play roam.
It's less the Badang that bothers me, more the early Valentina. I wonder what Coach Alain is thinking here. Coach Dran responding to the short range of Nightmare so far with a Kimmy, which we know is going to go to mid. There's no way this goes elsewhere. There's already Harith in the lineup. As we go to the second phase, Angela gets banned here. I don't know what they're looking at. I don't know what they're seeing, because sure, you could build a very in-your-face Angela-centric lineup, but it's a little too on the nose. I wonder if this is a Mekong specific thing they're doing here.
Yeah, I think someone doing the same, because yesterday, even in MPL MY, we had not just MPL MY, MPL PH, right? I think in the lower bracket finals, or was it in the lower bracket finals where Angela was banned a couple of times? It was shown in MPL MY, but teams have proven, experienced teams have proven that they are very direct counters to the Angela. Big burst damage, a big crowd control, you get a 2-for-1 if the hard card comes true. I don't think Nightmare Esports wants to even, you know, double down on an Angela Baksha or something like that, because it's not really worth it. They are probably looking for someone that has more of a range, which is why I gravitate back towards the Moskov, who just got banned out by RLG.
And that leaves the Granger. I think they're more willing to deal with the Granger. All this while, Nightmare tightening down on the jungle choices left for Coach Dran, busting that Ling. What else is out there? The Suyo. So far, I'd reckon this is a Suyo-able lineup. Again, even in the face of the Baksha and the Valentina, there's not enough magic damage to threaten the Suyo. So yeah, bring out Sasuke. Let him join Sakura.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very Suyobo lineup. It's either that, or you bring out the person who had a crush on Sakura but got rejected for 500 episodes, which is Lucas, right? It's still up on the table now that the Suyo has been banned out. So we go back, we go down the list. We're probably looking at a potential Lucas pick. If not, I don't know what else is there. They bring out the Florin. So this is a Kalea XP. They are going full-blown healing, and with the Florin ultimate, which I think is one of the most ridiculous ultimates in the world, right? You remove healing reduction. It sort of solves the problem of having the Baksha on Nightmare side.
Yeah, I wouldn't Lucas. If I was RLG, there's a Valentina on the other side of the map. doesn't look good, even if I do have the support of a Florin. Nightmare now, the jig is up. They're gonna have to reveal exactly where this box is going, and they still lack a gold laner, which is again 90% gonna be a Granger. If not, then Coach Alain is cooking. He's getting real creative, if not the Granger.
I'm trying to figure out what RLG has picked in the jungle, because I'm looking through like the previous games. There really isn't much. Maybe the Alpha is the only one left, if not for the Lucas. You know, carry Edith going over the Nightmare. It is indeed a Baksha jungle, which was sort of hinted earlier on, but a Freya jungle.
Oh God.
Maybe
There
the
it
Freya
is.
ban that happened in the Vietnam region is actually a legit thing, because no one banned it against RLG, and now they busted out.
Here it is. They waited for the very moment. The opening of the M Challenge Cup. Their one last chance to qualify for the wild card. I love it. We're opening with a banger. Husky, both lineups are a little spicy. Both lineups are not exactly to my taste. So I'm gonna put the onus on you, man. Which one you like?
Hey, I come from the brawl server of MY. You ask me, I see a Florian, I get very excited. I like RLG's lineup a bit more, because this Freya, she gets online with a Florian that gets a flash. Suddenly the whole team gets a power spike. I can see a world where RLG just bulldoze through Nightmare.
I'm with ya, especially since Nightmare did commit to an early Valentina, a blind Valentina at that, and then their damage output, the kind and the time it takes, the kind of approach and the time it takes to deal that kind of damage to RLG just doesn't add up. Even if Nightmare is triple OG, again, we've been seeing Nightmare, this squad, the Laotians represent this region on international stages for quite a while. I think this recipe just might not be it. So RLG, they got my vote, even if there are Filipinos on both sides. I'm sorry, by Lucy, but I'm with Carl and RLG this time.
The enemy reaches the battlefield.
I
Smash them.
and they didn't really answer the question at the very end, which is the lack of range that they have, right? The last two pick, Edith and
Welcome
Carry,
to
also
Mobile
faces the
Legends.
problem of having shorter range compared to having a Kimmy on the other side of RLG. Lane Prio is going to be given over to RLG in the mid lane for sure, just because of the Kimmy. I do wonder what is the game plan for Nightmare Esports. When you're running a Baksha, you want to be able to go fast. Sometimes teams do sacrifice that experience. We've seen Demon Kai do that in Rora in the lower bracket semis, where he plays Baksha jungle. He sacrifices some XP in order to get his team ahead and play fast. I'm not sure if they can do that when there's a Florin on the other side.
There's a lot on the shoulders. Oh my lord!
Right off the gate,
Caught from out of nowhere.
Florin gotta be a bit careful. She might be annoying with all her heals, but she doesn't exactly have the most HP bar to work with.
There's a lot on the shoulders of too easy for Lexi and Jasmine to close the gap and to find targets randomly. And I guess Jasmine knows that. That's why he went for that stun. That's why he went for that engage on Carl so quickly. And Aura.
Even usually level 1, you go for the fist break. It just makes it so convenient, right? You win trades, you proc your passive, win every 4 hits, you get a shield, you get a dash. One of the better early game skills just for disruption. But whenever there's a Florin on the other side, all you are looking at as RLG is we get this Florin, her flash of the Oasis, and then suddenly it's a power spike for the entire team just based off of an item that costs less than 2,000 gold. So as long as they don't fall too far behind, they don't get ran over by Nightmare, once that flash come online, I think RLG can fight back.
RLG might just have to commit to getting that third turtle because Nightmare's taking this one for free. RLG though spots it just in time. They disengage. That's a fight they don't want to take here.
Yeah, not at all. You get used his level and money too. Definitely it's a bit of an awkward interaction. They use Attraction Pulse when the call was to retreat, but they also have to start watching out, right? This Kairif is not even level 4 yet. An actual match of Tsunami's that mid. They get a grab, and the kidnap onto IDID results in the kill.
I don't know what IDID was doing, committing to that fight, staying there. But K-Sara, a free kill per side. They still have a turtle to their name. Nightmare is doing okay, especially since they're more than almost 1,000 gold ahead. That should speak plenty for the gold lane here. Cammy's doing fine. Like Cammy's so independent. How is this carry doing this?
Just a natural matchup into Harif that you have the advantage with the light wheels, right? You D-push and the Harif doesn't really want to fight you in the light wheel. So this carry pick gives them a winning matchup in the gold lane, which was why we saw RLG pivot to the top side. They did spend a bit more time than I personally would have liked, right? I feel like this Freya could have started farming the bottom lane, or at least get a shove mid and unlock this Kimmy to support that gold lane. But let's see, flick the Tsunami Slam into a grab. Now this Freya joins the fight, close to the distance with a couple of leaps, and Nightmare disengaged.
All right, a couple of flickers spent there by Nightmare. Again, afraid of the very real threat of the Freya from use. Up top, you see Ashrit expend that Zaman Force used defensively. And this is looking dangerous because, again, we can see it from here. I don't know if Ashrit knows this. There's 3 members of Nightmare up top. They have to disperse. They have to go for this turtle now.
They could start beelining towards the bottom side. They did have the mid lane shoved up, but it's not too big of a concern for RLG. Like, their focus is the third turtle. If they can get this one, it's better to just cut their losses. They don't have the Tsunami Slam, no flicker yet. That with Ida just going forward with a stolen Tsunami Slam. He even forces the flicker out of Aura. Second turtle for Nightmare.
Ashrit had a free go. I wonder if that was a delayed response to the rotation. Went halfway through that river and then now cornered back underneath his turret. RLG is slowing down. I get you. I see what you're saying, Husky. They're taking too long, and now there's a 4v3 happening up top, setting up this 2v1 down bottom.
Archer has to outplay this, but they do have the foreign ultimate, which keeps it pretty healthy, and now the Tsunami Slam comes out, and Archer dashes away the Chrono Dash. More than enough, it ends up dying for that. And that is just not what Nightmare wants.
They shan't have picked a fight underneath the tier 1. I mean, you are ahead, but ahead can only get you so far, especially against a turret in the mid-game. Let's see that fight again.
Just the foreign out, right? Without the foreign out, that would have been a confirmed kill onto Astrid. But sadly, it always catches people off guard. They do get a trade onto jungling, so it's not too bad in the end. There is something that Nightmare got in return.
Jungling in mid overextends. Again, all in defense of Ashrit. I think that's worth it. So far, RLG are doing their best to close the gap, but still, it's a 2,000 gold lead. You're just playing it too safe. Range you can get and reach as a Freya alone. Carl comes in.
Uh-oh, they're missing the Tsunami Slam. A stolen run from Aiden, but this Freya has to get grabbed back under the tier 1. Now forced to fight. Even a foreign now is not going to save that one.
They back off as use falls, and that's exactly why he plays so conservatively. If you overcommit and you try to engage and your team is not ready, your opponent just won't let you, that's what happens. I don't know, man. The Freya is such a specific pick. Might have been not the right hero to run into such a strong front line from Nightmare.
And a front line that has a ton of crowd control too. Not just a stolen Tsunami Slam, but just the Badang alone is quite a threat. He can soak up a lot of damage and he can keep staggering you. Whereas for Freya, she hates that when people interrupt the movement. This Jasmine is doing a great job of just keeping RLG away.
So this is a clear image of it's not what you got, it's how you use it. And RLG just can't use the innate advantages that they've had. Nightmare have found a way to shimmy into a better position. Nightmare in great shape. Now 3,000 gold ahead. Husky, this is very difficult for RLG to come back from, especially since it's a Freya versus a Kimmy. Freya versus a carry, rather.
It is tough indeed. They have to somehow drag it. If it goes any more sideways for RLG, they will have to wait get into late game and let Astrid take over the role, right? This Harry's late game scaling is always an insurance policy. They did get the flash at the Oasis just a half a minute ago, so that is a big power spike for RLG. If there's any time to look for any sort of pickup, this is it. A tsunami slam into a kidnap. They do get Cammy immobilized. Astrid just dashes right through and finishes him off. That is the opening that you want as RLG, and now they can keep on going. The flooring keeping all of them popped up pretty much back and forth. Great disengage at the very end, and even a re-engage from Carl, giving Astrid his second kill of the fight, and that is RLG taking the lead.
2 for 1. The first big win for RLG. Can they convert? Looking at mid here, Zaman Force drop by Ashrit. No minions.
No minions. The rest of Nightmare Esports live to see another day. Attraction Pulse released. They won this mid tier 1. And with Astrid there, they should be able to get it. One lash off the catapult, get distracted, so the structure stays up.
Jasmine single-handedly backed away RLG. The threat of a combo from that Badang made RLG think twice. I'm pretty sure in an alternate universe, RLG had vision on Badang and then pushed that tier 1. Instead, they pushed down bottom, so that's something that neither team saw coming. Lord now, approaching half health. Oh, here comes Cammy, catching up to the fight.
No more traction pulse, they use too easy for Lexi. Hops onto Astrid, Juice is just straight up battering them in the front line. They go for Tsunami Step, a very late one to kidnap Cammy. They need to be gone, but sadly Cammy just had all the support. Bruce is gonna try to fight his way through this, but at the end of that fight, it is RLG who loses too.
Another trade, 2 for 1. This time, sheer value for Nightmare, and it's their turn to go for the Lord. Too easy for Lexi, rolling up, has that retribution on lock. Ashrit finds I did!
And the Terrify slightly late, so now RLG have a chance to tussle this Lord. Both teams doesn't really have what it takes, but 2 HP for Lexi will have the retribution to win it. Out Cammy tries to man-fight Astrid, ends up going down in a 1v3, a bit too ambitious, but at least Nightmare got the Lord.
Cammy let his instincts get the better of him. Cammy wanted more than what the universe allowed for him to have, and he's gonna have to pay the iron price. Nightmare lose their mid-tier 1 as well, and I think that was a trade RLG was happy to take. RLG have caught up now. RLG just down less than 1,000.
They have caught up. Beating time now out for Aura. Another big power spike for not just the Foreign, but the entirety of RLG. The fact that this Kimmy doesn't have a Purify is something to look out for. They get a Tsunami Slam, big combo, the re-engage from Jasmine that he's been looking for his whole life, and the stolen Tsunami Slam to take out Carl. Nightmare Esports to get this mid-tier 1, and they might get more. It seems like there's a way to move on forward, and once more Jasmine with the immaculate setup gives them an extra 3 kills.
Oh god. Night. Juice didn't even get the push tier 2 up top, and Nightmare smell blood in the water. They're going for it. They get the puncture in mid.
Juice is just going to hold on and buy time for as long as he can. Here comes Carl. He's back into the fight. Aura also revives, but there's a big minute wave. The Florida Ultimate comes out. The rest of RLG respawns. Carl ends up sacrificing himself for the greater good. Salmon Force laid out the carpet for Astrid, but sadly, Nightmare Esports just does not allow RLG to move on further forward.
It ain't over till it's over. Mekong fans, RLG, the VMC Spring runner-up holds on. That was close. Nightmare, despite playing relatively messy, have such a huge margin of error that they can do that. They can force fights and still come out on top. Now, the gold lead has ballooned to 5,000. 5,000 gold!
In a blink of an eye too, IDIT getting his Divine Glaive, big burst damage that is one of the main ways to take out a team that has a Florin. You can't really kill someone that has already gone down. I think for RLG, you're looking for Carl to make the biggest catch of his life. Right, is get the grab on the Cammy and you blow him up before Nightmare can respond. Both Cammy and ID, they brought Flicker. There's no Purify. If you get a good grab and you have the correct amount of damage to take them down, that is going to translate into a win for RLG, especially that Cammy is the main damage dealer for Nightmare.
You know what, Husky? That sounds easier said than done. Again, it happened maybe once or twice already this game. Kami's had 2 deaths. That's assuming that Kami stands in a way that Carl allows for him to do that. But if Carl fails, it's over. It's a free pickoff. So now Nightmare have that to consider. Just protect Kami and we win. Protect Kami, this Lord is ours. RLG have a grocery list of things to do to set up that take on Kami. Did you see that engage in mid where I did hit the Tsunami Slam forward? That's how difficult it is for RLG. It doesn't matter when Tsunami Slam happens. The punish is so much easier.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has a stolen one. Again, ready to go. Very early traction pulse that was easily avoided by Justin. There's a slow way building up bot in favor of Nightmare Esports as well. RLG haven't been able to have the time or the luxury to do housekeeping. Nightmare Esports can hold this Lord for as long as they need.
And this is the main difference between a utility jungler and a fighter assassin jungler. Yus can't stand here. No, they find one!
That's Justin, just not the target that they want to go for. No Tsunami Slam by Lucci, and 2ET Bugs will be looking for a re-engage angle. Zamus was thrown up by Astrid, but he needs his team with him. He can't be there all alone. Yus now jumps in instantly. It's a fist of knuckle sandwich and a stolen Tsunami Slam. Yus is straight up gone. Flip sideways in the air by the Earth Shatter. Nightmare Esports most likely will get this Lord. RLG, they gotta start looking at that bottom lane.
100% Nightmare taking all of the major objectives. Turtles, Lords, a majority of turrets on the map. RLG now have to defend. They threw out so many ults and it resulted to nothing. So it came down to priorities, it came down to positioning, it came down to decision making. Nightmare knew that. Nightmare have set up the perfect Lord take and now they're pushing in.
Emptying up the titles right now. Tsunami Slam underneath the crystal. 2 damage from the Harry, more than enough. They find a kill on the 2v3 collected and they can go for more. 2 down for the side of Nightmare and RLG strikes back.
Glass cannon comp from RLG allows them to punish hard. For the price of 2, Nightmare scores that inhibitor up top. RLG have bought another lease on life. They take care of this Lord real quickly. Let's check out this 15-minute item build for both squads. The Harith is almost ready. This is a respectable arsenal for him, I'd say. They switch it up. Instead of Yus holding on to that Bud, it goes over to Ashrit. What's Ashrit's last item here? Should he pick up the Divine?
Yeah, probably Divine. Even an Oracle. Wow, that's a blowout right there. I did there for 40 seconds. I think RLG have hit critical mass, right? He did say that if Nightmare gets ahead, and RLG can't really take early skirmishes, just wait for the insurance policy to finally ripen, which is Astrid in this late game Harith, and he has reached that stage. With the item that he is, the component that he has, I am seeing a potential Divine Glaive coming out.
Nightmare getting a little sloppy, especially since that last push up top cost him too much. We're looking at a lead now of just about 2,500, 3,000 gold. RLG, the hope is still alive. Even better than most barely defendable situations. They still have that tier 3 down bottom. And how lucky, it's a tier 3 in the long lane. So now Nightmare have to set this up. Nightmare have to do this right. For about 70% of this game, they have been doing it right. But now it matters all the more. Jungling has items. Ashrit has items. Yus has items. Jasmine about to check in. Doesn't spot Carl.
And his pistol out of range is going to get grabbed back. Jasmine still ends up escaping. So that is a sigh of relief that Nightmare Esports can breathe. Lord is up in 25 seconds. Top wave will be taken care of by Yus. Bottom wave also will be cleared up by Astrid with the supervision of Carl. So RLG will be ready to contest the Lord in just a little bit.
Jasmine does spend his flicker. So that means for this next Lord, he will not have a flicker. He has to get the old-fashioned way of catching people with his combo. Now taking a majority of these brushes. That's Nightmare. Oh!
Oh, Tsunami Slam, but the Florin heals him up again! They re-engage with Carl's Tsunami Slam. Suddenly everyone on the side of Nightmare is straight up dead. Captain, Cammy, Vailuti, all in the grave. Aiden, he just came back and realized his whole team has just been eliminated. Jungling even commits the flicker because RLG are feeling themselves and there's a chance to just run it down mid for the win.
That's it. Throw in the towel. RLG had way too many chances, and now they're in control. Nightmare regret everything. RLG first to score, and now at match point.
Can't believe that a comp that I usually end up seeing in my ranked games in the Malaysian region worked out on the stage, and I think we can both agree that Nightmare really dropped the ball. They had a lot of opportunities, they had a lot of openings to really take advantage of this composition, but they just took too many risks, right? Eventually the stock crashed and they just could not recover.
For the first, I'd say 8 to 9 minutes, that was all Nightmare. But as soon as they left the door open for Ashrit to come back, he's got a different hair color here. Ashrit just said, you know what? That's it. You gave us too many chances. We're taking the game. 7-1-6, the MVP of game number 1. And indeed he did. The Divine Glaive, that's what they needed. That was the finishing touch to end this mid-range all-in dive lineup that Nightmare brought to the table.
Yeah, at one point when this tariff comes online, it's really, it stops becoming a matter of how much resistance you have, because Harif really does not care. True damage, magic penetration, Harif has everything that he needs in the kit, and all RLG really needed to do is to blow up whichever target that they grab with a Tsunami Slam the moment the body hit the ground, and make sure that it's still warm when they hit the ground. They did struggle, in that mid-game in the first, like you said, 9 to 11 minutes, but all they needed was Ashrit to keep on scaling, and once he hit that critical mass, Nightmare Esports just does not have enough gas to do the fuel, the fire that RLG brings.
Nightmare had a lot of utility. Nightmare had CC, but when it came down to it, Nightmare needed more than that. Nightmare needed to find a way to stop the inevitable scaling that RLG had. And this is a very greedy lineup. Folks, don't get us wrong. RLG created a lineup and played with it wherein they should have just started farming until the 10th minute. And Nightmare allowed that. Nightmare just said, okay, if you need time, we'll give you time. I bet Nightmare kicking themselves now.
I bet so too, because they banked everything on being able to end the game as fast as they can, right? They had a carry, they had a Valentina. Valentina went full on damage. Both of them didn't take Purify, so they were that confident that they're not gonna get grabbed. And Valentina has been taking it's a Tsunami Slam every single time, and they were confident that if I get a stolen Tsunami Slam, I get a kidnap, Cammy is going to finish off the target. But it's all eggs in a Cammy basket, and even then it is not going to be enough. Cammy can only do so much as the carry, and it was very evident that when they tried to kidnap an isolated Youth who they have punished for the entire game, in that final fight, suddenly they realized that this Florian Hill was too much.
And with that, we have RLG now at the throat of Nightmare. Just one more game, one more win for RLG, and they score a solid 3 points, that much closer to making it to the final stage of the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. Folks, stay tuned. We'll be back for game 2, possibly the last game in the series. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. Stay with us. We'll be back after this short break.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Tiêu ơi, lùi đừng 1 đến 3, Tiêu, đừng Tiêu.
Ok, bạn ơi, lên, đánh lên, tôi hết mana,
Cố lên Trang ơi.
しゃ第
Bàn
7
hết chúng nó đi anh
こ
em.
こに
Này tụi mày uống cao này.
ってばよ
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình. Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Husky, and we are smack dab right in the middle of the very first best of 3. RLG, first on the board at match point against Nightmare.
Yeah, and RLG once more in game 1, we, you said that you threw the ball at me, and you're like, the draft both were not something that you favor. I played enough solo queue to know that RLG's draft, once it goes late, they're gonna start steamrolling Nightmare, and that was exactly what happened. The game got way too late, clock strike 12, and it was past Nightmare Esports curfew, so RLG took the ball and they ran it straight down mid for the win.
It was up to Nightmare to punish them, right? You get greedy like that, you play a lineup with barely any front line, you play slow, you allow your opponents to farm up, that's on you. So now, Nightmare have to deal with that. Nightmare have to recover, draft out of their minds, and maybe play for 1 point, maybe play for 2 points, if they could. So, with that, we're just waiting for our athletes and, of course, the production team on ground to say we're ready to go. Once again, this is the M Challenge Cup from Mekong. We are broadcasting to you live from our comfortable homes, our studios of our own, while the event is happening on ground in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Husky, are we seeing RLG sweep? Do you see it in them to take this all the way, even if the draft suddenly shifts towards Legion's way? Nightmare's way, rather.
No, I think Nightmare would. I think Nightmare has a good chance to bounce back in game 2, right? This is not the first time we've seen Nightmare. I think game 1 is less of them having draft issues and more of just they got slightly complacent towards the very end because they were in control for majority of the game. They just need to lock in and finish the game before it got too late, because when you get to late game, a lot of things stop mattering, like the goal that you got and the advantage that you had. That was the case for Nightmare. I think they could draft the same way in game 1 and win the game if they just tidy things up a little bit more.
I agree. About 60-70% of game 1 was all Nightmare. And Radiance Legend Gaming from Vietnam are now going to be on the blue side. They will be playing. Coach Dran, making like he did in game 1, just starts taking out all the assassins. Game 1, he banned out from red, Haya, Joy, Fanny. And look, Nightmare's sharing. Nightmare's sharing in that responsibility. They take out the Fanny.
Yep. On the red side, right? Fanny is a must ban. Sadly, it's a hero that you let through. You better be ready to take that gambit. But RLG, they also started respecting the Badang. Like Jasmine's Badang has been causing them a lot of problem. In fact, if Nightmare had just a bit more, I think, damage at that point of time when Jasmine landed a good old 4-man knuckle sandwich combo, Nightmare would have just ran it down and ended game number 1. So RLG giving full due respect to that hero.
Nightmare responds by banning out the chip. Still waiting for the likes of Lu Yi to show. Again, she is so in demand. She is such a high priority in MPL Philippines. And with Chip being in the sights of these two teams means they respect the fact that folding the map in half, making rotation so much faster and so sudden is a legit threat. There it is. Coach Dran, he heard me from all the way here.
Yeah, really just reading into your mind, Leo. Because Lo Yi, I think right now in the competitive landscape, if you want to compete at the highest level, there are so many heroes that you need to have in your arsenal, even though they might potentially be perma-banned, right? Like Fanny, Lo Yi, assassins in general, like Valentina for some of them. In this case, it's Lo Yi banned out, which means a lot more assassins are open. The Joy is now open for RLG if they want, but it's also a trait initiated by Nightmare. Leia, Joy, what do you want?
Phovius is open too. Fredrin, instead they go for the Baksha here. This is a worthy trade for the Kalia, the Harith, the Florin, the Freya.
Oh yeah, Freya is still up. Again. But I mean, if you want a Freya, you won't pick it like first 2 picks. I hope
like
to God
this,
not,
no.
because that will be a disaster. So Harry Kalea is the choice. I like this a lot more, right? Big power picks. We've seen Nightmare Esports, they try to deal with the Harry with a carry, but that was on blue 4-5. So we don't expect it to come out anytime soon. But then in Moskov, Moskov / Ranger is also still an option for RLG if they want to pick it right now. They still have a Joy which they can reveal if they don't want to keep this boxer as a potential flex.
I'd say keep Nightmare on their feet. Force them to be honest about their draft. There's so many other picks to get to. Again, the Granger, the Moskov. Since Nightmare did steal away the Harith, we don't know where this Kimmy's going. And yeah, no, they just put their heart on their sleeve. They say, you know what? Joy. This is a Roamer XP Baksha. Deal with it.
And because they also picked revealed the Kimmy this early on, they have to now think ahead into the second ban phase. We have heroes like Glue that we have not seen yet, which isn't too bad against heroes like Kimmy or Baksha if we get a lane matchup. The Fredrin now comes out for the side of Nightmare. A very good old, honest, front to back composition so far.
And this Fredrin is about 98% going into the jungle. RLG knows that. Nightmare now can start choking down on mid laners. Unless, again, this is a mid Kimmy. Mid Kimmy is more popular in more places around the world. It's only in the Philippines, really, that we put Kimmy in gold.
Oh, yeah. I think even in MY, Kimmy has gone gold a few times. Albeit not as often as in the Philippines. But I think I feel like this Kimmy most likely is going to go mid, just because you already have so much magic damage, right? Like, it's in abundance. Joy, Kimmy.
Yep.
I think having a Moskov would be great. Someone that is a bit more nimble, a bit more mobile. You can create the pressure around the map, with the help of the Baksha to Nightmare. They banned Angela once more, which they did in the previous game, but we saw RLG just do with it with a Florin.
Husky, why don't they like Granger? Why is our sad emo boy getting snubbed?
I've been wondering that question for the past weekend, Leo. Like phase 1 of MPL NY, we didn't see much Granger either. I don't think I've seen any Granger in the 14 games we played yesterday. In our phase 1. It's either that or Granger just showed up so less. We see a lot of we saw Clint, we saw Moskov, we saw Harry, but
Granger is Granger, come on.
100% more than Granger.
Right.
That I can attest.
All right, geographically speaking, yeah, Malaysia is closer to the Mekong, so maybe that's something you guys can explain or share. But yeah, no, nobody's attacking Granger. Nobody's taking it out. Instead, we see a Florin ban and a Zushin ban. There's another big name that got snubbed totally in game number 1. Florin and Zushin. This leaves the mid laner and the EXP laner for Nightmare, while RLG are looking for a potential roamer and gold lane.
So no Farsa, Tusin, or Luoyi. The next in line, if you want some crowd control, there is the Vexana. We've seen the Yi being picked up by teams, every now and then. One of the heroes that has fallen out of favor, at least in MPL NY, was the Novaria and the Selena too. We haven't really seen much Selena here in our playoffs, but Nightmare Esports will go for it, right? Like, you have some guarantee. Selena, the constant spam of Abyssal Arrow, you can really annoy RLG in those messy team fights. Like, one straight arrow could be the determining factor whether RLG wins or lose the fight.
I love Selena. Selena is so good. She's such a game changer, an impact player, early, mid to late. She just changes the way fights go from range, and even in your face, she can burst you down. Now RLG have to consider that, especially with the battle spells they take into game number 2. Again, they are match point. RLG just need to win this one game, and they pocket 3 points, and that puts Nightmare in such a bad spot. Gold laner for RLG, gonna be that carry, showing Cammy that, hey, I can carry too. And then they put the Jawhead in the roam while Baksha goes EXP.
So they do still go back for the carry just because of the maybe primarily because of the fact that there's a Fredrin. So you have a big tank melter, but you know it serves as a 2-in-1 because of the matchup with the Harriet 2. CC last pick for Nightmare, not too shabby against the Baxia, and because they have a utility jungler, they can afford to go for a more damage orientated, you know, fighter/fighter-esque XP laner. I'm looking at the draft. I think for RLG, they have a good mix of early to late game. I mean, it's the same for Nightmare, but it feels slightly easier for Nightmare to pull off their draft.
Especially with the Selena. I think the Selena single-handedly swayed me to like their draft, but again, decision-making wise, I hope they're ready. I hope they are aware that at any point in the game, if they let up, the game one's mistakes will haunt them forever. Match point once more for RLG Vietnam, runners-up of VMC, that tournament that they played second banana to Legion, and that's why they're here clawing their way back to the wild card. I like Nightmare's draft, I'm not gonna lie, but RLG Vietnam, if they're allowed to get away with it, then they deserve the 3 points.
Yeah, I agree. Like, even Selena, I personally am a huge fan of this hero. I can remember when I first started learning Selena, my win rate tanked to like 20%, and I just powered through just because I love this hero and the impact she brings so much. And I hope that IDID can bring that magnitude of impact, because he did do just that with the Valentina, but now there's a lot more versatility with the Selena in game 2.
The enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Going into the Land of Dawn for possibly the last time in this best of 3, RLG up by 1 versus Nightmare. Massive leash here for Ashrit. Excuse me, did they just switch up roles?
Yeah, they did. Ashrit is now the Harry player is now the Joy player. And what just happened? What just happened? What was that? Must be an arrow.
That was a free pickoff. Again, the effects of a Selena on the match in the game, but I'm still confused. Yus is in the EXP and Miguel is in the go. What? All right.
I'm trying to figure out.
RLG's very diverse.
They are very diverse. Who do we lose? We lost jungling, right? The previous mid. Wait, no, jungling is there. Who?
Their roster runs deep.
Okay, so Aura, right? Aura was the Florin, and now it's Carl. Wait, no,
That's
Aura
right.
was Aura. I'm so confused. But yes. Oh,
Here we go.
Also with the wall.
Jungling falls, just bodies from RLG across the map. Carl tried to get one quick on Too Easy for Lexi, but he's not having that. The map is all tipsy-turvy. Again, we started off on an odd switcheroo. I don't know if this is normal for RLG, but let me take a peek at VMC 2025. Yeah, they still switch up around there too.
Oh, that's one way to, to diversify your portfolio, or that playbook. I would say that, when there's a Selena, you ideally want to have a Minesweeper on your side, right? Someone that can open the map, someone that can start blocking shots as the game progresses. Jawhead, not really the one you probably would rely more on Yus to do so, but the fact that this Kimmy has gone down twice, I think Carl needs to, start doing a more thorough job in protecting jungling, who is 1.5 levels behind IDID just because of the early 2 deaths.
Yeah, I'd say it's Carl, or if possible, Yus, because Yus has amazing rotational speed. So, Baksha Unite, roll around, clear bushes, go back to my wave, get that. Because again, he's never winning duels against by Lucy, right? He's never winning duels against a CC. So might as well.
Here they come, a Tsunami Slam being used. Jasmine, unfortunately, actually got the kill. Carl wanted to get a toss, but just was not able to pull it off due to the huge amount of crowd control.
A minute until the next turtle spawns. Again, first one scored dominantly here by Nightmare. There's very little RLG are putting on the board here. Oh my god, they catch by.
They're gonna try and take him out even through the Vengeance, which expired in the end, and finally RLG puts some food on the board for the Joy.
In mid, Carl playing babysitter to jungling. I think that's what I would do too. If my mid laner goes down twice so quickly, I would also keep tabs on him. But Husky, you agree with me here. You know this. As a jawhead, you want to be offensive. As a jawhead, you want to find kills. You want to find ways to be proactive, not protect.
Yeah, you want to be in their face, right? You want to be able to, like, if you can have the luxury to just flicker ejector, you do that at every given opportunity. In this case, they are looking for Cammy in the top lane. The Unstoppable Force was actually used, but Cammy is just dancing around him, just breakdance freestyle, 10 out of 10 points. Cammy gets out.
Now the turtle, once more, clearly going over to Nightmare. Nothing RLG could do here but watch. At least there's a recovery in the other half of the map, right? Side lanes is where RLG is finding some shelter. And no, they find one more.
Once more, the Jawhead just controls so many crowd control from the Fredrin to the Kalea, Jasmine even threatening a kidnap attempt. But all things considered, I mean, Nightmare, they are not really incredibly far ahead. They are less than 2,000 gold advantage, but they just proxy the top wave, and now this arrow connects. Oh my god, jungling is straight out gone.
Yus coming in. Not much he's gonna find there. Ashrit too!
Gonna try to run down I did, but this time no cigar. Carl will bail him up, gets a toss on the 2EZ for Lexi, but ends up putting him in range for the taunt into a follow-up crowd control from the Kalea and a big Grey Sword slam, and Yus goes down.
This is going Nightmare's way, all in, no questions asked. Ashrit looking for that dash. I did, flickers away.
Good attempt. I think the only person right now that can have an impact, at least have enough damage to make an impact, is definitely Ashrit. He needs Carl and Yus to help him out, especially Carl. Maybe if you are RLG right now, you just tell jungling that, hey, long as you don't die the 4th time is good, right? You can let them push the way, just don't die. Like, I'm a jawhead, I need to help get this Joy online. I need to help get some of my cores online.
And looking at RLG's draft, oh, ejector on a 1.
Now, Jasmine tries to kind of shimmy his way out of this one, but can't bob and weave enough. So Ashrit finds his 2nd kill.
As I was saying, the RLG trademark, multi-core lineup. Oh, flicker and ejector.
A great job from Carl. So Idid goes down. Bigo actually gets soloed by Cammy. Now Ashrit tries to take Cammy down. One last chrono dash, but Ashrit just follows up. Great footwork and a killing spree for Joy.
This Leonin on Leonin violence has to stop. Too easy for Lexi, scores another turtle. Forcing out that revitalize from Yus. 2v2 here, but it's looking bad for RLG. They have their eyes elsewhere. They got this bottom lane tier 1.
Yeah, and Ashrit really doing a fantastic job, right? Embodying the carry role, you know, playing gold lane and now jungle. Too easy for Lexi was able to catch Carl a bit too far forward. The Abyssal Arrow does end up missing. Now a Tsunami Slam. The Traction Pulse separates Lexi from the rest of his team. He gets the taunt off. Carl really wants to back up, but got tied down and went down as well. Ashrit sadly late to the party. Too many bodies for him to go through. So Nightmare finds 2 kills.
Too many is right. That was all 5 members of Nightmare up against about 3 effective characters from Radiance Legend Gaming. And I think, is it just me, Husky, or is RLG relying on Nightmare making mistakes? Making major decisions that they should not be making, and it's not working out for them.
It does seem like that is the case, right? Like RLG, they take initiatives, but not as much as Nightmare Esports. And it seems like RLG, they 100% confirmation that something is going to work before they make that move. Too easy for Lexi. very far forward. The arrow actually connects on Miguel, now forcing his Purify out. Here comes Carl with the toss on 2EZ for Lexi. Not the easiest guy to take down, but he is dangerously low. 2EZ for Lexi needs the help of his teammate, but can't get the Appraisal's Wrath off. Ashrit, though, also isolated, so both junglers go down.
Yes, that's true. They are both junglers, but they're different kinds of junglers. Ashrit is an assassin. 2EZ for Lexi is a tank. That's not worth it. The trade. Now use. Backing off. Kami comes in.
Just able to sidestep the arrow at the very end. Nightmare Esports cracks open mid tier 1. And this is a Selena's playground. This is a Kalea's playground. They like it when you can't see them. And with the mid tier 1 going down, both sides of the jungles are gonna open up.
Yep. So Nightmare will have better access to the map. And Carl and Yus looking for a fight.
They will find Bailucci, who uses the Vengeance, a kidnap attempt. Jasmine brings Carl back and Miguel to follow with them. Both go down. And now this is a one-sided fight. Ashri getting control left, right, and center, but still was able to get onto Aiden. This guy has just impeccable footwork. And Bailucci needs to take him down with a couple swings of the yo-yo and a double kill for the CC. Nightmare comes out on top.
Again, the same approach. RLG with a shotgun approach. Just point, aim, shoot, and hope you hit something. This is a lineup you don't trifle with. Nightmare, you know that they win when you play in the paint. When you're in the trenches, you know that you're gonna lose. But still, RLG forced it. And if only jungling stayed the course and kept on firing at the right targets, maybe they would have won that fight. But no, he left Ashrit. And Carl is still looking for targets. He's still going.
Caught the target, but not the one he wanted. So that's an extra plus 34 goal for whoever got the last hit on the minions. A good attempt, but flicker down for 2 minutes now.
Lord still standing here. Nobody wants to go for it clearly, because they'll pay the price for being the first mover. Yus, you got Bailucci on him. Carl does not have a flicker, does not get free ejectors. Arrow thrown out, no one home. Lord gets reset.
And Carl is just getting ran down by Bailucci. The Vengeance does get used, and Yus is also all alone. That is the playground that Nightmare Esports won. If you are separated like that, there is no hope of winning.
It's an odd decision for Yus and Carl to just keep running around. It's as if I could hear their comms. I could see it through the movements of their heroes. Is let's do this, go, go, go. While the rest of RLG saying, nah, man, I don't think that's such a good idea. I don't think we should. And hence the result.
I think for Nightmare, they are in full control. Traction Pulse catches Jasmine. They're gonna full commit on him. Jasmine buys distance with the ult and just enough to get away.
Carl just keeps going, man. Carl is all gas, no brakes. Not I'm saying. As soon as he's off the respawn, he will just find the target, whether it costs his life or not. I wonder how RLG are going through this, what the comms could be, because this is costing them.
Yeah, on one hand, they did heed your words of needing to go offensive, but on the other hand, they are not really considering their options, adequately. Lord coming down from the bottom, the waves also perfectly synced up too. Well, that's a very early Purify. Miguel got so scared of that arrow.
Miguel struggling to get some farm up. RLG have to deal with this Lord. Nightmare knocking on their base.
Traction Pulse used to RLG. Don't really have the best tool to deal with Lord. Tidal Strike, a good toss from Crowd to save Use, but Use still gets ran down by Cammy. The Vengeance gets paused by Lucci, and I think Nightmare Esports have more than enough resources to end the game unless somehow RLG pulls out a miracle. Jungling is firing, it's piercing through all the members and the Lord, but the bodies are too much. Nightmare pushes it to a tree.
I have a bajillion questions to ask RLG. They literally had the game in their hands, yet they chose to go the long way around. They choose the scenic route. Nightmare evens the odds here, scoring 1 on the board. We're going to game 3.
And just like what the question you asked me, right? Can Nightmare bring it back? And I said they can, as long as they play the same way like they did in game 1 and brush up on some of the late game errors. I can definitely see a universe where they just outclass RLG, and they did just that. This CC pick, just so invaluable, right? You win the matchup against the Baxia, and then he gets a hit, and then he just runs down everyone that gets in his face by Luti, doing a lot of the heavy lifting behind the scenes.
There was very little threatening by Lucci in that game. It doesn't help that Carl keeps throwing his body at a damage XP laner, because again, they have such a great draft that RLG halfway through just decided, hey, there's no use fighting this. Let's just see what happens if we throw damage at him, and this is what you get. RLG, I could have sworn I thought Nightmare had more problems to deal with post game 1. I'm looking at this, and RLG have a larger mountain to scale now, trying to bounce back in game 3.
Absolutely. I think on top of that, it's also the fact that RLG, like, you can see that they have a decent idea, you know, like the concept, the conceptual approach to how to play the draft. At halfway through, they made some pretty big oopsies, like Kime dying 3 times in 5 minutes, and Carl not kind of fulfilling his duty on getting a snowball, being aggressive. They adjusted to that, but then when they fell behind, they kept on doing the same thing that stopped working, and that was, I feel like, one of the biggest reasons for their downfall the later the game went.
Husky, benefit of the doubt, I'd like to think they have a clue. I'd like to think there is a hint of a plan going into halfway through this game, but I think it came down to the shuffle. I think it came down to the draft, and I'm asking myself, are we going to see the same 5 in game 3? Is it going to be the same players from RLG, or are we going to see another massive shuffle?
Oh, I don't know. I hope they stick with. I wanted to shuffle back to game 1 just because they won that game, but then again, I feel like they are swapping the players based off of the heroes that they want to play, like the composition. Like in even in game 2, Nightmare, they banned Angela again, which, you know, was probably a secret pick for RLG, and then they banned the Florin. Do I think the ban changed anything? I don't think it did. So it's more on RLG. So now for this final game, I think you just decide what kind of playstyle you want to go with, what's more comfortable, and you put the appropriate players to play it out.
I do hope there is a plan, and I do hope RLG find a way to make at least game 3 more competitive. If not, Nightmare's taking it. 2 points on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. My name is Leo at your service. His name is Husky. We'll be back after this short break.
4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
と強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. It's season 5. We've been doing this quite a while. My name is Leo, here with Husky, and we are at match point for both teams. Either squad could go ahead and score 2 points, or else.
Yeah, and I mean, coming back into game number 3, I don't know. We've seen some big surprises from RLG, from roster swaps to draft swaps, and hopefully in game 3, like I said, you just pick the roster you feel like it's gonna perform the best, you know, and you start praying you get the 2 points and put yourself in a better position than Nightmare. Because what we can definitely 100% confirm is the fact that RLG is just not really, is just getting outclassed by Nightmare in the more minute details, in the more micro of things. So if they keep on playing like they did in game 2 and just being one-dimensional, Nightmare is going to run away with the game.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's even that, Husky. I think it's something as simple as Florin, Angela, yeah, maybe we can fight. But without those, it's over. Remember, well, we did take a peek at the grand finals of the recently concluded VMC. RLG got steamrolled. 4-0, you showed me, 4-0. And every single game of those, Legion banned out the Angela, the Florin, the Matilda. Not a single thing RLG could do.
Yeah, it's they banned. It's probably speaks to, you know, like what, like RLG's biggest weakness. I think maybe the hero pool is a thing to consider. Even in game number 2, we saw like Angela, Florin banned. I think the chip was also banned now. Loyi overall. But RLG, if anything, they have shown glimpses of a different kind of draft and playstyle, but it's definitely not as polished as what they, you know, were performing with back in their qualifiers.
Let's see if they've got anything else in the tank, because if it's not the Matilda, not the Angela, not the Florin, I don't think Nightmare will let up, because I think Coach Elaine is onto them. Coach Elaine knows what they need to do to get there, and it's by banning those heroes out. So now, game 3, it's down the wire. Decision wise, Carl's got to fix his act. I'm trying to do my best to erase the memory of that Joy just ramming himself into a lineup that is 8K ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Carl, like, come on, you've been to different parts of the world. You've won a trophy on the Todak, all right? Like, if anything, you probably have picked up something from our local Titans back in the days. Let's see if it's Carl is still playing, right? We get Use is now back. So jungling is out. Probably because he died 3 times as a Kimmy in that mid lane in 5 minutes. So they swap him out. So now we get used in the XP lane. Aura is in the mid lane. Another switcher rule, version number 3. This is a good old reminiscence of what Toda likes to do in our MPL MY local league. So let's see if this is gonna bring them that win.
Yep. Still Miguel in gold, Asharit in jungle. So very similar to that configuration we saw in game 2. And Carl is still on roam. So I'm hoping Coach Dran talks some sense into Carl because, yeah, the way that Joy played in game 2, it's less than favorable, I'd reckon. Nightmare bans out the Chip, the Matilda, and the Harith. Where's the Florin? Nightmare, you know you got to take that out.
Yeah, probably in the second phase, they did it twice in the second phase. Kalea now first pick for Nightmare. Hot commodity for both teams. Baxia response to RLG. This is the second Baxia game that they play. I think if anything, keep it open as a flex because in the XP they got a pretty horrible matchup, right? But now that you're on the red side, I think it's better off you keep the flex open until that last pick, which means that there is a universe that you have to start considering picks like Badang, whether you want to start it in at any point in the draft. They picked the 1-1 in anticipation that a Fredrin might be the pick for Nightmare.
Yep, that is a situation we call back home a Badangable lineup. Let's see if Badang shows his muscular frame here in this draft. Nightmare need to find an answer to the 1-1. Harith out of the question, already banned out. So Moskov and Granger. High priority heroes. You want some burst maybe? There it is. Farsa to get rid of the 1-1. And the Irithel. All right. So we're skipping a lot of the more preferred marksmen.
Yeah, just straight into the Irithel. Very mobile, hard to catch. Big burst damage that 1-1 doesn't like. She might be agile. She might have the ability to start flying up into the air, but she is one soft cookie. And now the RLG Lucas gets picked up, which was one of the heroes that they frequently select back in the qualifiers with varying degrees of success. I think they picked it like 2 or 3 times in the entire. They picked it like 2 out of the 4 times in the grand finals against Legion Esports. They did get completely steamrolled, but it was an option that that they considered.
I think we see the jungler for RLG here. There's the Lucas for the first time in this series. Joy gets banned out, and the Florin. All right, Nightmare, we're cooking.
Just ban out the Florin like how they've always done. Probably ban the Angela in the last pick, like how they have been doing so far.
So now, one more ban per side. Junglers are what RLG are locking onto, while Nightmare is looking to take out that Angela. Again, one more just to be safe, right? There's room for Angela. There's room for a Florin. The Florin's banned out, so not to worry. A mid laner still lacking from RLG.
This Valentina ban, yeah, is to protect the Lucas. I think here you probably pick like I was thinking of a mid lane since they already have the Lucas jungle. So yeah, Drusin comes out, not too shabby. I like the pick.
There goes the Angela. And now the Zushin comes through. I'm worried about RLG's damage profile, but they have a lot of utility at least.
If that's the case, what is the jungler. I don't think you want to go Fredrin anymore. There is still the Suyo. If you want,
This
like,
is
for the
Suyoable.
assassin. It's
Good
Suyoable,
call.
yeah.
I like Suyo here. I like Suyo.
Yeah,
There it is.
So
And the
Suyo,
glue.
perfect. Well, glue is definitely a good launch pad for the 1-1 to unlock the crossbow tank, but at the same time you can also eat up tons of damage, and it's very, very annoying for the Baksha and Lucas to deal with. So I am liking what Nightmare has cooked up.
Looking for a XP laner, possibly. Assuming the Baksha is roam and Lucas in the jungle. RLG, just one more. Is there room to invest in more magic damage? Punish that Suyo? Might not be.
I think for RLG, yeah, there it is. So that is the Gatot Kacha, which is a pick that they have again shown in their qualifiers to varying degrees of success. The Gatot into the glue, I think you gotta play this very, very carefully, right? You don't want the glue to start running you down and get that lane prio, like decent wave clear. But RLG, I think they've essentially conceded like some of the lane prios, especially in the XP lane. So to make up for it, this Baksha has to do a lot of work. So it really is on Carl.
All right. Carl is going to have to play out of his mind. Carl will have to make up for game 2 with this Baksha and use with the Gatot. Husky, how do you feel about the Gatot getting relegated to the end? Kept moving back and forth, back and forth.
I think in general, Gatot is... I don't mind Gatot in XP, but every time when you have a Gatot Kacha, you have to make sure... His role is a secondary engager, right? Like, he's someone that doesn't want to be the only guy that goes in with a superhero landing, because if that misses, he is straight up, he's straight up dead meat. But at the same time, for the side of RLG Vietnam, they don't really have the best of crowd control, right? So now Gatot feels like he's the primary engager. He gets a bad matchup into glue in the XP lane. And they're running a full dive comp. So if anything, RLG, it seems like they scream, we are going to run at you, and you
5
better be ready
seconds
when
till
we
the
do
enemy
so.
reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Definitely a long shots from the way that they've been playing in game 1 and 2. Can RLG clap back and deny the reverse sweep from Nightmare? We're about to find out. This is game 3. The decider in our first best 3 for the night. Too easy for Lexi. I love how it's a clear go for Suyo. I like that sometimes you just look at a lineup and say, yep, that's Suyoable.
Yep. With the other 2 assassins taken out and you don't really want to run a jungler, I think Suyo is the most obvious choice. It's very flexible too, right? You have decent clear, good objective secure, and not to mention your lineup generally gets priority. It really helps the Suyo get a head mix his life so much easier. You even see the prio everything going over to the side of Nightmare at the start. You see he's going to try and mech by Lucci, but again he has to start understanding that he will always fall behind a prio, and that even with this Luca showing up, which he's running a war cry of all things, I'm not really sure he can do too much.
That's new to me. Carl here looking to roll up on Kami. He sees that Miguel is losing the lane matchup here. I like Carl doing this. I think Carl is a better enforcer than a pick-off player. So Carl is doing better now.
He definitely is. On the Baksha, I think if you play Baksha and you still like go down before level 4, there's a big problem, right? Like his innate passive gives you a 35 slight final damage reduction. It's meant to keep you alive. But in this bottom lane, we also established that Cammy is going to have prio just because you have the Irrital big burst damage on reduction. So for RLG, they just gotta be patient, right? Get this Lucas and 1-1 decent items and play for the mid game.
First turtle up. RLG first to the scene. Carl rolling around by Lucy. Might get caught here by all with a quick choke. Carl gets smothered.
Trying to wiggle his way out of that. This box is incredibly tanky, but with the blue sticking onto him, not for long first, but for GG actually bottom lane actually, Miguel gets a solo kill with the cross. Without the crossbow tank, back in the turtle fight now, Sacred Swap is out, completely unleashed. The blast actually didn't kill by Lucia, these Scorpions end up blocking it, but still RLG comes out on top, kills, and they even got the turtle.
Oh, Lexi gets away. The smooth operator gets his purple without dying. So some trades across the map. Again, Turtle goes to RLG. But there was a solo kill by Miguel down bottom on Cammy. Long run, I think they should start protecting Cammy even more.
I think they have to, because now with Carl showing up to, to pressure Cammy, like innately, I was expecting Nightmare Esports to have priority over the lanes. They shouldn't really have any much of problems. But now with your gold laner getting solo kill, RLG have effectively loosened up that gold lane. So Miguel, he's going to be ahead in terms of his item progression, and Miguel and Cammy will find it harder to walk up. If RLG reinforce that gold lane, I think they can definitely hit that mid-game spike.
And mind you, Miguel got that 1v1 kill without using his ult. So it happened because, I don't know, Cammy got careless. That was all just them, and it happened off camera. Second turtle spawning in about 30 seconds. I did here with a preemptive feathered airstrike. RLG relatively dead. In there. Both teams know that it's useless to fight amongst a glue and a gatot.
Oh yeah. It doesn't fix the core problem that RLG is gonna run in, once there's a glue gets a bit of the item and starts front lining in these big team fights. But at least for RLG, they've gotten some good control, right? I think this is the first sort of goal lead they've gotten in the entire series, which is a measly 1,000, but a 1,000 goal lead with half of the value on the 1-1 is a huge deal. Turtle end up getting it, I think. Yeah, crossbow tank gets unleashed by Miguel. Carl getting stuck on by Lucy. Lexi tries to sweep him through, but great on by Yuz, and now allowing Miguel to go for more. That's a second kill for the 1-1.
They overloaded onto too easy for Lexi there. Amazing collapse by RLG. Oh God, RLG! Carl! He didn't see that coming. What? That's all over the place!
Another solo kill. Miguel didn't even have Inspire, no crossbow tank. One last pop, Flicker committed. Miguel! This fancy footwork. Miguel is the savior right now for RLG.
Husky, I'm convinced that if you're not fighting, you're not playing the Mekong style. They just want to keep going.
And they will keep doing that, like you said, Sir Leo. Good grab by Jasmine, but he just gets run down by the 9-kill beast. Astrid will end up sacrificing the Gatot for the kill. But RLG is starting to really get control. Look at Miguel, he's in the jungle. He's soloing too easy for Lexi. Sasuke got nothing on this 1-1. They did lose Naruto in the end.
Keep going! RLG, keep fighting! I can't believe we're seeing this. Indonesia, Malaysia, get out of here. Mekong is where it's at. This is where the Brawl server truly is. Miguel, after threatening that orange, after threatening Lexi, stealing away his orange, returns to his lane and pushes that tier 1.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
I mean, this Miguel, he might as well be an alias. It could be Gus Fringe from Breaking Bad, just exuding aura. He is right in your face. He's taking you down, without a hint of expression. He's doing everything on his own. He frees out his own lane. And he lets his teammates do what they want around the map. He is the reason that Nightmare Esports are feeling the heat right now. They get Carl stuck onto him, bring him back into the team. Jasmine goes in with the Titan Strike and the Tsunami Slam, but the backline completely exposed, and Astrid is going to start chasing them down. Gets rooted in the end, and finally taken care of by too easy for Lexi, as the rest of RLG looks to retreat, uses middle thing, but here comes Miguel. Big bad boy, Miguel is here. Weakness boy, better watch out. If that gets along, Miguel is going to go to town. And Nightmare Esports, they call it quits.
Miguel coming in but not too late. Punishing Nightmare. The turtle still stands though, but what a shame. Ashrit couldn't come in. Not present. But I guess there is time. About 30 seconds before it turns into a Lord. Amazing work by RLG. Again, just keeping up the pace. High velocity MLBB here. This puts him at 2,000 gold ahead.
Fantastic stuff from RLG. Very different from that game 1 and 2 that we have seen. We've been points to be unlocked by Lucci. Trying to walk out of that, and Miguel has to be very careful of these artillery strikes from iDid. RLG will get the turtle for sure.
Passive push down bottom. Nightmare left a chubby wave to get that tier 1. And that is the first on the board for Nightmare. Sure, they are trading, but that was Nightmare's first objective win.
Getting the bottom tier 1. Even then, I think Nightmare also needs to start thinking of how to punish RLG, right? Because now the innate lane prio that they should have, for example, glue into Qatar, that's completely it's become irrelevant at this point because both teams are starting to work together. They are doing they're trying their best to get Miguel out of the way with iDid with his feather airstrike, but it's not enough because the rest of RLG, they are just face tanking everything from Nightmare.
Yep, not to mention, oh my god, top lane.
They try Cammy, actually got out of that, but Carl will run him down with a wheel. So jungler for gold laner. Bottom lane is straight up being pushed in by Miguel.
Don't get caught sleeping. If you decide to play in the Mekong region, don't get caught sleeping. Another fight down bottom.
Miguel gets the tier 2 and the rest of Nightmare, they just run out of there.
Oh wow. Complete uptime. Unstoppable. All gas, no brakes. RLG pushing. And Nightmare pushes them back. For the first time in a while, too easy for Lex. He's going to taste his purple buff.
Throughout all of that sequence of events, too easy for Lexi is not doing too shabby, right? 4-1-1, same level as Astrid, who felt like he has been having a better game thus far. But there's actually very minimal power gap between the junglers. It really comes down to the gold laner. With Miguel, he is 4-0-0. He's untouched so far. Sometimes, like, the fact that you can have a 1-1 running into your jungle alone at, like, 6 minutes into the game is a big red flag.
And it's the green flag they wave as they say, let's go for the Lord. Less than half health, they're blitzing it. And Carl versus the world.
Carl's gonna sacrifice himself, and the Lord now goes over to the side of RLG. Malefic gun picked up by Miguel, so extra attack rate. Sadly for Nightmare, through all their resources, they were not even able to take Carl down.
Carl challenged the world and walked away alive. Not the same story for Yus,
who challenged 4 members of Nightmare and ended up getting punished. And it's a very small price to pay. He is going to revive in time to join the Lord push if RLG sets it up perfectly. There is a neutral wave down bottom, so they just need to let the wave naturally push in.
Yus and Carl have their revitalize off of cooldown, so this is a go signal for Nightmares. They're counting the battle spells when to pick the fight. I think RLG should slow it down. Maybe find a way to get the Inspire off of Miguel on cooldown first. Unleash the Beast, takes down Cammy.
Just like you said, all gas, no brakes. Cammy getting caught out like that. Even the sprint is not going to get him away from such a well-balanced hero. Lucas with an infinite amount of stagger. This war cry is really catching Nightmare off guard. The extra 8% damage after his full combo is so easy to trigger.
Every bite hurts a little more. Too easy for Lexi, dashing out back here. Holy defense pop down bottom with a wave still crashing in.
RLG is going to get an inhibitor at least. Yu's gonna use the AOG to zone out Nightmare, but all the waves cleared out just in time. Miguel once more gets out. Pops the Inspire, even has an escort party with Useless Revitalize.
That is how Miguel decides to recover his health. Inspire with a Husk Claws and gets away with it. You know what, Husky, I learned a lesson here in the middle of game 3.
Yeah, what is it?
Who am I to tell RLG or Nightmare to stop fighting? Who am I to tell them to contemplate about their decisions? If they want to fight, they will fight, and that's how they're going to win. If you catch your opponent sleeping, wasting precious seconds to consider if we should fight, count battle spells, or even try to retreat tactically, that might be the difference between a victor and a loser. The difference between 2 points and 1 point.
I think they've gone down the good old playbook of if we take them down first, we win. And contemplation is for losers, right? We play to win, we fight to win, not play to not lose. AOG only hits onto Jasmine. Yus now will try to walk out of that. Good route from Bailucci, but there's no way forward. Bottom inhibitor goes down, big fat wave coming down mid, no feather airstrike, but the wave clear from the rest of Nightmare is enough.
They do push bottom lane, and that's a permanent damage dealt to Nightmare's base. Lord spawning in just a wee bit. Nightmare, I'm wondering what's going on in their heads because, wait, I guess the thought is fight, we're gonna fight, conceal!
Which completely misses the mark, and now Carl and Yu, they're gonna just run and look at Carl. He is so deep in enemy lines. Pops his ultimate, revitalized, fine, he gets blasted down, but it doesn't really matter, does it? With Astrid is running at their face, 9-kill beast. That's the main character, Energy Miguel. He just casually runs down mid, drops the inhibitor, and it is now a wipeout for RLG, who has completely beaten Nightmare at their own game.
No waves though, and here's what they were waiting for.
RLG comes out on top 2-1, and a pop-off, which is very, very reasonable at the very end. Now they put themselves in a very comfortable position. One more series win, and they are off to top 4.
2 points for RLG, 1 for Nightmare, given the outcome of this best of 3. Something tells me RLG might have gotten into Nightmare's minds here. They may have played the mental and forced Nightmare to fight when they shouldn't have, and to think aggressive when they shouldn't have, and they played their game in the end.
And I think it's also a bit of the I'm not sure how to put it, maybe some massive misplays from Cammy. Like getting solo queued twice as an Irithel by the 1-1. It shouldn't happen, right? It shouldn't ever happen. But it is what it is. I think Cammy just didn't really get to play a good game. He got dropped behind, fell behind because of the gold lane solo kill, and then the rest of the game, he's just getting hunted down by the Lucas.
This is our MVP for Game 3, Miguel, who very early on showed dominance. Again, solo kill on Cammy off cam, dominating even the likes of Too Easy for Lexi in the early game, mid-game, walking away from fights that he shouldn't have survived. And the fact that RLG have no breaks, that's how you'll walk away with a snowball 1-1. Nightmare, like what was the comeback? Off of Cammy? Off of Too Easy for Lexi? Like there was, I think the game was over as soon as that tier 3 down bottom got popped.
Yeah, I feel so too. I think Nightmare just had missed the mark. And, you know, credits to RLG. It wasn't this is not an easy game for Nightmare to play. Sure, you have the Kalea, but there are no good targets to catch, right? Like your best bet is you catch the Lucas and you hope you blow him up before he transforms and, you know, eats you for breakfast, dinner, and supper. Everyone else either has a Purify or a 2 tanky. But the fact that RLG got ahead, like I mentioned, that the mid-game spike is what they're looking for. They hit that mid-game spike before it was even mid-game.
Yeah, and they weren't punished for it, even if they did skip lunch. They were so ahead that they could have just kept fighting, and Nightmare would still be left reeling. Again, Carl can play this way. Carl can do the same thing he did with the Jawhead in Game 2 and still win. When you're told to keep fighting, when you're told to keep talking, even when you have no saliva left, you end up like Nightmare. You end up not ready to face your opponents. You end up, again, with just 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point. And it doesn't get any better for Nightmare because there is no rest for the wicked, right? I think they're going to be playing their next series right after this too. against ESB Titans, who are definitely watching in anticipation, you know, and Nightmare left to pick up the pieces. They have very minimal time to, you know, gather their thoughts. So hopefully for Nightmare, they can, you know, gather themselves and put up a good fight against ESB, because their journey might just end in the next 2 hours.
That's right, closely watching the champions of the Brunei qualifier in ESB, waiting in the wings, taking notes of what exactly makes RLG and Nightmare tick. That's the next best of 3 in tonight's broadcast. We got another after that, so I hope you guys can stay with us. Again, 3 points, 2 points, 1 point on the line to try and qualify for the final stage of the M Challenge Cup Season 5. The qualifiers for that slot in the MSC wildcard. Tomorrow there's Group B. Husky, what are your thoughts on what are your impressions on the Mekong this year?
It's a bit of a flavor from last year when we did it, you know, just all gas, just floor the pedal accelerator and try to run down your opponents. Same flavor, but at least there's a lot more diversity in the drafts.
It's a little more spicy, I'll tell you that. We'll be right back after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. This is once again the M Challenge Cup for Mekong.
Piu Piu, nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên được.
Piu Piu,
Go Messi.
Piu Piu,
Go Messi.
Piu Piu.
Go Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Go Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, lên 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 lên.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình. Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
は俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 tôi hết mà nga
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải finisher, legend. Bốn anh em mình legend finisher, legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Welcome back. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. It's season 5, and my name is Leo. This right here is Husky, and we are down to our second series of the night.
Yeah, second series coming up. Nightmare Esports, they unfortunately dropped the ball in series number 1, but there's really not much time for them to rest. Now they have to be summoned to the battlefield again, this time against ESB Titans from the Brunei qualifiers, which we also saw them last season. But with a twist, our boy Whisking is now the analyst for the team. I think they have Coach Justin as well. This main roster is very different from what we saw half a year ago. So I'm very excited to see what the Bruneians have in store.
Yep, in case you didn't know, Whisking is a triple OG Bruneian icon of MLBB. He is known to, wear the Kingdom's jersey for quite a while. Last seen in MPL Indonesia Season 7 in early 2021. So that might be where you've seen him from when we go to our cameras live from our location venue in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Here's the schedule once more. We finished with our first series of the night. RLG taking the series over Nightmare 2-1. This next best of 3, and then our final one will be between RLG and ESB. So again, we're going off of a point system. A series win with a sweep is 3. A 2-1 is a 2, and then the loser gets 1 in the 2-1, or if you don't win any games at all, 0 points.
Yeah, and for Nightmare Esports, it is it is imperative that they win this 2-0. They have to win 2-0 because if they don't, then everything else gets left up to fate between RLG and ESB, which is definitely not what Nightmare wanted, right? Because they are one of the few veteran squads that we've seen every now and then challenging themselves to get to the international stage and beyond. But now there's a chance that they will fall short of even making it past the group stage.
And if ESB watched that last series, which they should have, I would assume they did everything in their power to prepare for this next series, they should know that RLG dictated the pace in Game 3. RLG forced Nightmare to take fights Nightmare was not ready for. So if ESB is ready to do that, then ESB might as well be on their way to the playoffs. Nightmare has so much on their shoulders, man. You lose that first series, and then now you're playing your second series, your last series in the group stage. Man, I can only imagine the pressure on Nightmare's shoulders. Again, Nightmare is one of Lao's oldest teams. I wonder how they're able to still keep smiling.
Just you gotta keep pushing, I think, right? That's the cruel reality of the competitive scene. Like, even when you take a L, the only way is forward, and it couldn't be any more true for Nightmare in this point of time. But for ESB, they definitely have slightly lesser pressure just because they're coming in fresh, right? There is still some cushion, some margins of error, unlike Nightmare, who are literally on their last legs.
So here you see the jolly looks on the faces of the players from Brunei. Again, ESB Titans. They're in definitely a better mood. Again, you look at Nightmare, it's just what? The Filipinos who are smiling.
Yeah, it's a pretty big contrast also. I think for Nightmare, this is, I think, the first time ever that they have gotten imports into the squad, as far as I remember, because there has always been a full local team. But to come into this year, where it's the second year of EWC for MSC, and have a shot at wildcards, you bring in imports to bolster the roster, only to fall short, it is going to sting twice as much, compared to the previous time. So again, I think for Nightmare, there's no other way than a 2-0 over ESB.
Twice as much in multiple languages. So again, there's hope here. There's hope. ESB is mostly for the most part rocking an all Bruneian roster, so they should be fine. But Nightmare, they are switching up. It's not their original lineup that qualified from the Lao qualifier that is playing. Again, if you watched, it's I did in mid, with Sosol taking the back seat here. So it's that usual Nightmare Esports roster, but with I did in mid. I think there's promise in that roster. I think there's promise in the way they played against RLG. It's just maybe they don't know their game as well as they should.
I think they also got pushed into, I wouldn't say they pushed in the corner, but it's also how you recover from a deficit, right? Game 3 was a very good example of them falling behind due to some unfortunate circumstances, and they never really bounced back. And that's, I think, one of the most important qualities as a professional player. I think just in general, right? Like how you bounce back from being kicked down to the curb. Nightmare, they didn't bounce back in that series, and hope they bounce back here. And it's the instant Lucas first ban by ESB.
Okay, already a switch in tempo from our first series. Lucas gets a prio ban. This opens up the likes of Hayabusa, the likes of Joy, Lo Yi, Fanny, Kalia. Oh God.
So many options on the table. We've seen like a big focus on banning out assassins in the first series, which started evolving to having more assassins go through and banning out big ticket utility heroes like Lo Yi, Chip, I think Jusin too. I think here ESB, knowing that they have first pick, you could just focus on banning out what kind of impedes your your playstyle, right? The Fanny ban on the blue side I don't know how you think about this. I've always disliked Fanny ban on blue side because I feel like it's not a good sign. It hints that your jungler might not be confident with Fanny. What do you think, Leo?
I'm okay with Fanny ban because here's the thing. Maybe the Bruneian squad is so comfortable with their hero pool that they're just taking free bans. Like, these just feel like free bans to me. Like, just do whatever, and then whatever's left, like we'll play with that, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a first pick Zhu Xin or first pick Lu Yi.
Yeah, I could be too. I can see that happening. Zhu Xin, such a big commodity too. So the Joy ban now comes out. That's 3 junglers eliminated. So Hayabusa and Suyo now moves up the prior list. And there's always the chance of a Fredrin or Baxia. But ideally, you want to be able to get your hands on the assassin still.
Haya's still there. Haya's ready. Based on the draft, Suyo could come through.
Yeah.
Oh, Husky, have you seen that sudden upsurge of Lancelot? You guys getting some random Lancelots in the MPLMI? Because PH has seen at least 3 or 4 solid Lancelots.
Oh yeah, in MY we got Lancelot like towards the second half of the regular season. Few players played it. One of it is being, you know, the Black Alien Hazel. I think he's the first one to brought the Lancelot. But in playoffs, no, not yet. In playoffs, we are gravitating a lot towards the Fredrin, the usual Joy, Hayabusa, Suyo. Haven't really seen Lancelot yet.
Okay, let's see what happens. And oh man, I hate to say it, but I told you so. First pick Lo Yi, the Bruneian squad, ESB Titans, are gonna fold the map in half. Nightmare, they might want to go for a Phoveus. They like their Hariths. But no, again, first time Haya's open, they go for that in the Baksha.
Yeah, so very honest opening. Just telling ESB that, hey, this Baksha is not going to go jungle. Don't worry about it. We have Hayabusa to work with. It can cover decent distance across the map, so it's not too bad. But for ESB, the fact that there's a Lo Yi opens them up for a lot of different, you know, approaches to the game, right? Like Lo Yi Suyo is a thing. Masha, if they want to go down that route to get that big, one-tap flank, set up heroes now, even more angles to work with. Instead, they go for a CC Fredrin. I'm completely fine with that.
So we now confirm our junglers for both sides. A utility, one end, and then an assassin the other. No gold laners yet? This is odd. Even in the bans, so they're all still out there. The Irithel, the 1-1, the Granger, the Harith, the Moskov. I'm uncomfortable with this.
Yeah, it's me too. I think you pick your gold laner now. No, they picked the Yeef instead. This is a very, very different, drafting sequence than what I am used to. That means phase 2 is all about the gold laners now. And Nightmare have that innate advantage being on red side.
Now going into the bans. Phase 2, it's Nightmare. First to ban and first to pick after this. I'd say just choke down on gold laners. Do it now, so that after the bans, you get the one last best left.
Yeah, I think that's the... I think if you're a Nightmare, you probably would think about going down that route. Like, Cammy didn't have the best game tree just now. So, if you're worried that he is going to struggle again, you give him the best possible odds. So, they ban out the Moskov to start off. Remember, we still have Harith. We even still have Irithel just now. The Beatrix. We have, Granger left, which hasn't been touched so far.
Man, the Mekong don't like the Granger. I don't understand. Granger's still so good.
He is.
Even ESB is wondering, should we ban gold laners? We might run out of them. Oh, they still go for it.
So they banned the Harith. I mean, there's a Kimmy left if we ever go that deep into the hero pool.
Oh yeah, Kimmy is an okay choice. She's an option.
So it's definitely not completely doom and gloom. It's just, I think for Nightmare you want the best possible odds, right? So they banned the Gatot Kacha. Not really sure if it's needed. You have a Baxia to answer that, but I guess they really wanted to protect this Jeep once the RWM goes off. I personally don't see it as too big of an issue, because even if Gatot ults in, if his team can't follow, it is still a big L.
Husky, I think it's another free ban. I think that's just Nightmare saying, okay, we're confident with what we're going into. You can have everything else after this. Phoveus is still out there too, by the way, so Nightmare might pick up a Phoveus.
So Glue gets banned by ESB. I think Phoveus is not too shabby for Nightmare, but that relegates your Phoveus to the Roam role. So if they want to pick the Phoveus, it probably is last pick. You have to take the gold laner right now. Granger, I think Granger is probably the best possible option, right? Like, the worst that's gonna happen is ESB takes the Irithel, but it's not too big of a problem. So finally, Granger shows up.
Yep, range superiority for Nightmare. Again, they're only really trumped in crossing the map, again with diversion, but movement-wise, sheer attack range-wise, Nightmare is nigh unbeatable.
So much long-range pokes, and then you have great utility. It's not the easiest to catch too. They don't really have a way to straight-up catch Cammy unless they get some godlike diversion. I'm looking at a hero like maybe a Cho or a Jawhead for ESB, since you already have the Fredrin into frontline. Either that or you double down and get like a Hylos for yourself, or a Badang that works too. The Irithel into Granger matchup, very straightforward for ESB.
Just one more pick for Nightmare, and we're looking for an XP laner who's going to answer the CC. Again, the Phoveus is open. Is there enough dashes here?
Phoveus, I think Phoveus works well here. I was thinking of something like a Hilda, but it's a horrible choice. I think Phoveus is probably the best they got.
Yeah, you don't want to run the Hilda into this chunky front line. So there's a Phoveus. Okay. Took a while. Is it just me, or is this a more deliberate and more surgical draft going into game one?
Feels like it from Nightmare. This is a complete different style of drafting from what we saw when they went up against RLG. Right? There's a lot of forward thinking going into it, and now it really comes down to the execution, which was their main struggle in the previous series anyways. So if they can pull this off, I think they are going to have a very, very good chance of, putting themselves back into the running to get out of the group stage.
Game one in a best of three. Again, Nightmare is struggling. Nightmare needs these points, but this is ESB Titans' debut match here in the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. One more look at the draft. We clearly see the direction that both squads are going. For Nightmare, it's really just a refinement of their style. They had it. There was some potential.
Nightmare has always shown, at least throughout the course of the matches we've seen them play, that they have some very good ideas and they have the potential to make it work, but it's just the inconsistencies in how they attempt to pull some of the plays off that is really putting them in a bad spot. So let's see if they can put themselves in a better foot in this game one.
First game in a best of three. Who will step forth and get the match point first? Looking at the laning so far, a little bit of leashing here done for Jasmine. Interesting switch up. Lexi is all right, taking it slow. Wow, massive shadows.
Oh. I do wonder how, how Nightmare is going to approach this. Maybe you let Lexi hit level 4 and then you instantly look for side lane gank, right? Get Cammy ahead. If you can get a first blood on the Berwick, the lane essentially is one for Cammy in a matchup that he should be struggling, and that would be the best case scenario for Nightmare. As for ESB, at least Loi is a hero that doesn't need level 4 before a turtle fight, so they definitely have that to work with. This Phoveus is straight up push out a lane.
Yep. That's why I'm going to echo the fact that, gold lane should be won. They're crashing down on a Chep Boy.
Chep Boy just eats it up, not a problem with the vengeance. That's the first shadow kill that amounted to nothing much because the Phoveus was already very low. So taking that recall means bottom lane is a neutral, the EXP lane is a neutral state. It really is nothing that, Nightmare can get out of it.
Yep, and both teams are just farming up slowly. Again, this is very odd. This is unusual for such a Mekong brawl. Or was it really just the Vietnamese and the Laotian style? Because now the Brunei squad is joining. They seem to be playing a little more deliberate, very slow approach to this first turtle.
Maybe the coaches has steered them in a different direction in terms of how they want to play. It's either that or a mental block as they struggle to recuperate from the previous series. They are setting up for a potential contest. Here comes the Inferno Pursuit for Bailuchi. Jasmine finally ramming into Moiri, forcing the flicker out. Turtle still goes over to ESB, and the Loi actually ends up escaping. So Nightmare Esports will settle for first blood onto Set Boy instead.
So that's the trade that Nightmare are willing to accept. A kill for a turtle. Chep Boy didn't even get to press his vengeance, again, assuming it was off a cooldown or he just accepted the fact. Nightmare now starting to invade. Great signs of life coming in from the Laotian squad. And not a sign of ESB. ESB doesn't even know that this happened.
Yeah, the Fredrin actually trying to go to the top side jungle, but there's nothing there for him. The Nightmare already setting themselves up to get too easy for Lexi, way ahead of Crown. The entire sequence of the turtle leading up to the first blood, so he would ever, at least whatever happens, is not going to spill into the gold lane. Berwick getting the Haas Claw at 3.5 minutes.
So far, this is a 1,000 gold lead coming in. Lexi, shadow out. The time is not right, brother, he says. And now look at the bottom lane. Suddenly, Bailuchi is bullying a Chep Boy.
Yeah, all it takes is just one death and a level 4 for Bailuchi, and he's gonna get baited in by the Vengeance. Bailuchi might just end up going down. The curtain call slowing him down enough.
The Cebuano XP laner takes one too many turret hits. That was a 2v1 effectively. Now, in mid, I did. RWM.
Fully committed. Berwick gets out of that. And a bit of an oversight. Bailuchi, sometimes, people forget that there's a damage reduction in the first 5 minutes when the turret shield is still up. So tower dives aren't really that encouraged. We have a team fight that just ended. Jasmine for Berwick. I did should also end up going down. It's going to take them a little while. I did. We'll try to attempt on Mukri's life. Doesn't get it.
Yep. ESB saying, Husky, it's not over till it's over. We still want to take down I did. Turtle up. Second one of the game. Can ESB crown steal?
Fortunately, that's not a successful steal. Turtle goes over the too easy for Lexi. A double kill for him. That boy comes in with the curtain call, not able to take down anyone. So Nightmare Esports ended up getting the objective and a 2k gold lead.
The Laotians continue to push forth. Look at this from the flank.
And a flicker forward from Bailuchi to make sure that Berwick cannot even leap away. Too easy for Lexi, scoring a killing spree.
Nightmare have woken up because of that loss, that difficult loss in game 1, that series 1. They are taking it out on ESB Titans.
Especially too easy for Lexi, who is now 4-0. They didn't really steal the purple buff away. It was still secured by Crown, but look at this, Leo. A 3-level advantage for the Hayabusa over the Fred. This jungle level gap itself is already half a death sentence for ESB.
Yep. And we're still at the sub 6 minute mark. Once we get to 8 minutes, best believe ESB will start buying roam boots so that they can actually help catch up, because as it stands, the EXP gap is maybe even worse than the gold gap. You can protect yourself, you can find farm with gold, but with EXP, you're coming in half-cocked, your kit isn't ready.
Get the duality late to the party in the bot lane, so bot lane tier 1 goes down. The timing for Nightmare is pretty darn good. They about to find that kill. RWM doesn't really finish off Jenny World, but is fine because they will force the recall from ESB just as the turtle is about to spawn.
Jenny World had to flicker out of there to survive, and that's definitely something Nightmare will be noting. 2 minutes from here, there's nothing that Badang can do, not without him coming from a mile away. Last turtle of the game spawns here, lower quarter. Again, I don't expect ESB Titans to do much. No one in the diversion.
He's trying to get some vision. Here comes too easy for Lexi with the shadow, and somehow it's going to be ESB that ends up stealing the objective away. They would trade Yennyworld for that, except Boy late to the party. He's going to come in from the back, shows himself, and realize that his whole team is not in position. So he ends up having to run away. They did get a flicker out from and Nightmare now looking to take the mid tier 1. No more shadow for too easy for Lexi, but the siege potential is there. Cammy will run down the turret.
With a little bit of elbow grease and a whole lot of courage, Yenny World was able to set up a fist crack combo to change the tides of that battle. Again, I don't expect anyone in the situation ESB Titans were in to contest, but they still did, and it paid off. The lead,
pretty surprising.
Again, yeah, the lead stays in a manageable state, but I bet the Titans are kicking themselves for not taking that fight better. I guess that's where this pause is coming from.
Just probably some minor audio issues that should have been fixed. We see a thumbs up from the ESB Titans. So we should be back into the game in no time. And I do agree, the fact that they got the objective, like, 2-3 levels down on the jungler is a bit of a consolation prize. They are, however, still almost 5,000 gold behind, and that the road to recovery is going to be pretty tough because they don't really have the best side laners, and their jungler isn't one that can afford to split push lanes and open up the map in his state.
There's a minute left before the Lord spawns. I think Nightmare is playing this all the more carefully. Nightmare is picking their targets, checking their range, and making sure that Mukri doesn't stay undead, or doesn't stay deathless, because I don't know how Mukri's getting away with so much. There's so many heroes and targets Nightmare was able to touch, but that Lo Yi stays unscathed. Like, how is this happening?
He has escaped death multiple times for sure. There was the close call that we saw that he had to flicker away from they had to, almost got taken up by RWM. But this RWM results in execution. Cammy finding his first one with the Sky Piercer on the Bear Wig. Phoebus follows up with Yenny World, and he is completely zoned away. The tier 2 top is no more.
This long lane push will all the more make this Lord for Nightmare inevitable. That's something that ESB has to deal with, but again, who am I to speak? There is a Lo Yi. Mukri can set it up so that ESB can do both defend lanes, check bushes, and contest. Because again, it's proven Crown, even though he's down, has a good retribution, but instead, I don't know what that diversion led to. Mukri sent a couple of dudes up top, and now Nightmare rolling up.
And they didn't get the purple buff because Hayabusa wasn't there. So Crown still gets his buff. He's now 4 levels behind. This is going to be a tough uphill battle. 2 shots on the Bearwig, and he's down to less than half health. Yennyworld with an attempted engage, but this time distance was spot. And sadly for ESB, they couldn't find anything. Yennyworld ends up going down.
Nightmare are delaying their push, waiting for a wave in mid. Lord marching through top, bottom, slightly at equilibrium. The last place that ESB Titans can actually push out from, but they have to defend. More attention in mid being put in.
And this is where we see the complexity of a hero like Luo Yi, right? Like, you really need a keen eye to find opportunities, especially when behind. But sadly, for ESB, I don't see that opportunity for them. There's no good flank angle then, unless they're willing to take a gambit, right? You send Crown and Yennyworld to a flank angle to do a setup, and then you have Berwick and Sepboy, and you pray that they have enough damage to kill off the target. But it has to come after taking care of all these empowered minion waves. The RWM bringing Sepboy down very low, but he was able to get away at the cost of his vengeance.
Only defenses pop, top, mid, and bottom. And it's just the structures keeping themselves alive. ESB Titans, successful defense from the Lord.
Right? Like, they don't have the best heroes to push side lanes, but at the same time, they need to find a way back into the game.
Well, the conceal by Jasmine, looking for targets, rolling around, and that is a penetration. Look at that from the back.
A good attempt from Yennyworld, but the team just was not ready to follow up. The shadow kill is too much. Too easy for Lexi. Cleans up house. The rest of Nightmare Esports can now just run it down. They have a minion wave coming in just in time. And 11.5 minutes is all it took for Nightmare to take game 1.
Fastest game in the broadcast. The largest gold lead we've seen in the M Challenge Cup so far. Nightmare are awoke. Nightmare have had it. They are not allowing that first series ghosts to haunt them. ESB, back to the drawing board.
That was funny. Nightmare, one of the players, trying to high-five the Marshall after that win. And I don't blame them. That was a very, very clean game. ESB, they finally took initiative, right, in that final moment, sending Yennyworld, the Badang, to a flank angle to kind of engage off, but too little, too late. Team wasn't ready to respond. You have to be very snappy with it, and they just were not confident enough. Nightmare Esports with Cammy as the MVP. Great redemption after a abysmal game 3 against you know, the RLG. Right now, his Ranger, first ever pick Ranger today, is showing a lot of success.
You know what? I'd say it's a joint effort between Cammy and IDID. It's just IDID was more of a role player, and Cammy just rode that wave all the way. He knew he was a star, and he did never look back. Almost anybody you throw in front of Cammy was gonna fold, even Crown, because he already built the Sea Halberd. No one was running away from Cammy's bullets.
Yeah. Even for Crown, he was building a lot of, you know, half builds, right? The Molten Core, Silence Robe, the Dreadnought armor, and then only he transitioned into the Antique Cuirass. I don't necessarily agree with the Molten Core. I think unfortunately in this case, it's sort of a waste of money, but with how the game is going, I think it really wouldn't matter as much. Even too easy for Lexi, ending the game 6-0-4 on this Hayabusa. No one could touch the Shadow.
It was one or the other, right? Too easy for Lexi or Cammy. It's just Cammy popped off. Cammy pushed in. Cammy attacked objectives when too easy for Lexi were hunting for dudes. So GG well played to Nightmare. Again, match point. For ESB, there was a semblance of a strat. What do you think they should do to come back?
I think for ESB, just probably go for an assassin jungler, right? Because clearly when they want to play a utility, you know, a slow-paced game, they just got ran out by Nightmare. I think they can either try to match the pace of Nightmare, or you pick heroes that are self-sustainable. Right, because they had an idea with the Luo Yi, they just couldn't pull it off because of how far behind they were.
Too slow might be too dangerous for ESB. We'll see what happens when we come back after this short break. Once again, Nightmare at match point. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. We'll see you on the other side.
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ.
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Mỹ Sĩ.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên đánh nhanh tới mà nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải finisher, legend. Bốn anh em mình, legend. Finisher, legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói cũng biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên được.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Messi.
Welcome back. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5. We're here with Husky. My name is Leo, and we just came back from a break of significant length. We understand that you were waiting, but don't worry. The action's about to resume. Once again, we are at match point with Nightmare already in the lead.
Yeah, and Nightmare Esports basically playing one of the better games overall, right? The best games that they played so far
Clean.
out of the 4 games that they have, went through. Clean gameplay, great decision making, and just a very solid draft.
I would eat off of that game they played in game 1. What was that, 12 minutes? Who would have thought they were capable of that?
Like I had my doubts, right, coming into this series, just based off of how they lost their previous series in a very very heartbreaking fashion. But now after this game 1, I am convinced that they have found their way back into the tournament.
And that puts ESB at a precarious situation. Like where they are right now is not a place I want to be, because this is more difficult than the situation Nightmare was earlier today. Again, they are sitting at 0 points and they could get 0 out of this series. Again, just one more game and they're staring at RLG, who might not be so kind either. The winner of the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5 will take home $3,000 and be flown out to join the MSC 2025 wildcard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. And then the runner-up will take home 1 band, and then 3 and 4 will take home $500,000 each.
Yeah, we did say that the only way for Nightmare Esports to keep themselves in the running in this group stage is to get 2-0, is to get a 2-0 over their opponents, right? There really isn't any other way around it, and they put one foot to the door, and now all they need to do is to close this out, and then they will have a way better chance and leave the rest up to RLG.
RLG sitting at 2 points, Nightmare at 1. If a Nightmare win here and now, I don't need to do the math, Husky. I think that is them scoring 4 points. They're locked in for the playoffs.
Yeah, I 4 points. Yeah, I believe so. So again, this is their lifeline, right? This is their best chance to make up for the defeat earlier on, and then leave RLG to fight for their own fate. Nightmare Esports have put themselves in a very good spot. It's one of the best recoveries we've seen today, and all they need is one more game over ESB, which also has some very decent ideas. It's just that the execution was lagging behind. They didn't really flourish playing a draft that is slower than what Nightmare Esports had in game 1, so I want to see them switch it up a little bit. Yeah,
I think you said it best, that they have great concepts, a solid foundation. It's just execution is where it's lacking. Yenny World and Mukri are shining beacons for me. I hope that they can draft and play around them come game 2, so that maybe this gets a little more competitive between them and Nightmare. But that aside, I think you mentioned before we went into the break, put an assassin in the hands of Crown. Maybe that should even the odds.
Yeah, because with a draft that, you run the Loyi, the Badang, you have very good setup, and I understand that the Fredrin also provides that extra layer of crowd control, but you need a bit more numbers, right? You need a bit more output, a bit more oomph to land that final blow on your enemy. So I think the assassin would be a very great adjustment for them going into game number 2, and it also allows them to play slightly faster, right? You don't have to constantly react to what Nightmare Esports is throwing at you.
Yeah, so what I said about the draft earlier might not have been completely true. The fact that their banning patterns were off does not show full confidence. It's not because of diversity, not because of preparedness. It's because those are just what they decided to ban out. Again, just to recap, a Lucas Fanny Joy ban for ESB still opened up a Hayabusa for Too Easy for Lexi and Nightmare. So maybe don't attack the jungle anymore. Like, just leave that be. Ban the Fanny, leave it at that.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if ESB goes on the red side in game number 2, you just ban the Fanny and then see what else is out there, right? You get open Joy Hayabusa that usually, you get a 1-for-1 trade. If let's say picks like Kalea goes through, then it gets first pick. At least you have a Joy to fall back on. The Joy Badang has been a very popular opening, at least in MPL MY. So I think ESB, they just need to leave some options for themselves instead of trying to narrow it down to the wire.
I think that's a solid approach. Again, cover your bases. You mentioned the Kalia. If you're not ready to fight the Kalia, then just ban it out, because unless you're blue, that's the only way you're going to get it. ESB Titans, they still stay blue, so I reckon that means Nightmare decided to stay red.
So them staying blue, then I think it's even better, right? Like I feel like you don't show a Fanny ban in the second ban, right? They ban it second on blue side. I think you leave it open.
Yeah.
If Nightmare Esports has a ban Fanny in second, then maybe you can consider banning it out if you don't want it. But for now, you leave the guessing to Nightmare. You put the ball in their court and see if they kind of shoot that air ball first. Hayabusa chip ban. This one definitely a lot more like what we are used to seeing compared to the game 1.
All right. The answer, the chip ban, the Loyi ban. Okay, how about this? You ban Fanny blue 3. Oh no, you leave it open, but you get Kalia blue 1. I think that's worth it. Just in case the Fanny comes through, right? That's still an answer.
Yep, I agree. With the Kalia banned out, you still have an option like the Padang if they really want to go for it. Some teams go for Franco. I know in MPL MY, Homeboys, for example, like Ivan loves the Franco pick. Taking some inspiration for EDOC, at least from what they have referenced in recent interviews. If not, then maybe you could ban out the Fanny at this blue tree and see if you get like a Joy opening later on if Nightmare doesn't ban that.
And you can also prio Cho. Again, we haven't seen a single Cho in all of M Challenge Cup this year, so
yeah,
we could see that instead. Nope, the Joy. Something tells me Crown really likes his utility junglers.
It does seem like it. There's still a trade to be made there, right? You get what else is there? Baxia. I mean, Baxia is open if ESB wants to first pick it. At least if you pick the Baxia, there is a bigger range of possible flex, right? Like he can still be a jungler. It's still a utility jungler that if Crown is leaning into Fredrin, it should have Baxia in his arsenal, and that's what they go for.
Pop goes the Weasel. You hit it on the head, Husky. This is the perfect choice to just keep the draft open, keep Crown comfy, and keep Nightmare guessing. Nightmare can lock in... what else is out there?
Padang, Harith, Kimmy. Maybe not the Kimmy,
I think
but...
Harith X. That'd be a good
Harith
deal.
X.
There it is.
Harith X makes a lot of sense. There it is.
Harith and Jushin? No, it's...
Oh, but
Too
they
much.
take the Fredrin. Yeah.
Wow, the ballsy pick here. Again, you're running a Fredrin into a Baksha. I guess it's a 50-50, like... You have better control when it comes to these deep fights, but you just suck long term.
You have to have someone that can help you in the fight. If not, you have teammates that do enough damage to close things out before you go down. I mean, there's always the Fredrin Matilda that can be an option too, right? Like Matilda, Fredrin, Harith. It's not too bad of an approach if Nightmare wants to go down that route. It's still pretty open in the roamer role. They could even take a risk and just pick the mid lane a red tree and leave that roamer for 4th, so you could have picks like Padang, Padang, Gatot, Hylos, but it's a Cillian Granger, the ultra late game scaling comp.
Double poke, baby. That is the first Sicilian we're seeing all M Challenge Cup long. A debut pick here in Game 2 of the second series of the night. Nightmare, how do they respond? How do they close the gap here? Because again, usually you have assassins that have reach. Assassins that can cut through the back line to take down the likes of a Sicilian or a Granger. And here it is. How about we deliver the big hitters to the back line with a Matilda?
I did point out that the Matilda is a possible pick, and this completely justifies the Matilda pick. Get to the Sicilian, get to the Granger, no amount of purify or flicker is going to help you. At least it doesn't guarantee an escape. They even start banning out the Ling to make sure that, you know, ESB, if they want to dive, they might have to funnel this Boxer into the jungle. This is one way to really corral that ESB drive, tighten the noose a little bit, and force this Boxer into a jungle role so that you don't have to worry about ESB taking the initiative to dive your backline.
Going into the bans, the Ling gets taken out. So Nightmare is respecting the fact that maybe this Baksha isn't the jungler just quite yet. So that means this last ban for Nightmare might be another jungler in the likes of a Lucas. All right, let's get it. While ESB ban on XP laners. Glue, ban the glue, sir.
Yeah, I agree. I think ban the glue. Ban the glue, and what else is that? I think you ban the glue. At least your Baksha can be flexed into the XP, right? You still have assassin options like Suyo still up on the list if they want to go for it. That's the good thing about this Baksha first play. You always keep yourself open to options, but they do need like a deterrent so that the Matilda doesn't just fly in with the Fredrin or Harif and take out your backline.
Instead, they take out an option that might equalize the range between these two teams, the Farsa. So Nightmare can go glue here and then just wait for what's left in mid. That's what I would do.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think you go for a glue here too. So they really, I mean, ESB has some decent damage to do with the glue, but it's not the worst, right? Like glue is still incredibly durable.
Yeah.
And then you put this Baksha in a uncomfortable spot.
He will still find a way to get onto the softies. Like that's the thing when you, especially when you put a flicker on it. And I think that's what they're talking to Bai Lucy about. It's like, hey, Bai, you ready for this?
It's like, yeah, I think I'm ready. Give me the glue.
Oh,
got the Phobius.
More of a front line instead.
I can deal with that. Since you already have the Matilda, I think the Phobius being there is actually not too bad of an option. You double, triple down on the backline access. The Estes stuff comes out. Give me some good old Ube.
The Brunei Ube coming out alongside an Edith in the XP. They seem to be comfortable about this. You saw that dap. That was a 10 out of 10 dap.
Yeah, definitely you hear the pop when they dap as well. It's the right amount of, I don't know. I haven't seen Estes in so long, but a part of me feels like this isn't too bad of an option, right? This Estes, Edith, their early mid game is actually quite strong. You can play quite fast, so we do get a utility jungle matchup in the end.
What it is to me, Husky, is a chance for ESB to show us who they really are. I am happy for them because they're playing a lineup that they're comfortable with. There was very little Nightmare did to actually hinder them because, look, they weren't going to go Assassins anyways. They really wanted to go utility, so I'm all for it. Welcome the Sicilian, welcome the Edith, welcome the Estes into the M Challenge Cup. Game 2, this is how they want to force us to go all the way.
Potentially one last handshakes between the coaches. We get ESB Titan once more, trying to bring themselves to a game 3 on the blue side with Nightmare Esports on red. We see the Yi pop up again. Phobius was the same pick from game 1. This is a very straightforward draft with a Fredrin Matilda and then the Harry for late game insurance. But if ESB Titan goes late, they have just unlimited amount of damage with the Sicilian Granger.
It's on Nightmare now. All Nightmare has to do is set up a solid ramp up for Kami to dominate and deny the ultra late game from Mokri and Bearwick. And for Idid to build an early glowing wand. That's it. Maybe even a dominance ice for Bai Lucy if they're lucky. And that should be it. Because again, there's a reason why Estes isn't in the metagame. Naturally, the game and the best players, the best minds, weed out the strategies and tactics that are not as viable. But here, ESB says, nah, fam, this is what we do. This is how we play. Welcome to game 2. Match point for Nightmare. Can ESB make a statement here in the M Challenge Cup and say, hey, Estes is back?
Sometimes all you need to do is to bring out some old classics, right? Some old classics to really shake things up a little bit. I'm with you. I don't see the success for the Estes. It's been so long, but at the same time, I'm willing to give it a shot and see how ESB attempts to play with it, despite Nightmare having a lineup that basically says, if you stick together, we are going to destroy you. And yet ESB, they're willing to take their chance.
I think the solid response to that Estes was the Eve. I expected to do a lot of work, especially when the Ube from ESB come into play. A lot of pressure on Jasmine too. Because again, this could go sideways if Jasmine doesn't protect the right people.
Just from the get-go, the XP lane is already won by Bailuti. Stepboy can't even walk up, right? He's probably accidentally hit the enemy minion one extra time, and now the entire wave is parked right in front of Bailuti's turret. And meanwhile, mid lane, you have too easy for Lexi, freeing up the lane for lane priority in both mid and XP lane given over to Nightmare, and now it's just to relieve Cammy of the oppression whenever they are free.
In a game of inches, every little advantage counts, and again, it's evident that Nightmare have that small edge in execution. They know how to play the map a little better. They know how to do the matchups, the one-on-ones in the laning phase a little better. And now with the first turtle spawning, Crown is left alone, at least for now. Lexi and Jasmine dashing around. Where's the backup?
Since they're trying to get the mid lane out of the way first so Stepboy can hit level 4. There's no level 4 for Mukri. Something that they need to watch out for. The Retribution Wall won by Nightmare. RWM into just a straight up head first dive. Gives 2 kills over to Nightmare Esports. Jasmine wanted to look for number 3. Doesn't get it, but it's completely fine without Crown around. Too easy for Lexi. It's going to take this orange buff.
There's a complete disaster, Husky. This is not good for ESB. They took the turtle. They took the orange. They forced Yenny World to flicker. And look at this. They're cutting through the back. Cammy dropped the Zaman Force, and Berwick is trapped underneath his own turret.
I think the saddest thing is that they took that fight when they didn't have the important level 4s, right? Yeah, Stepboy had Primal Wrap, but there's not enough damage. Cecilia needs time. He just hit level 4. Yenny World also didn't have his ultimate available. That fight was never going to be it. The better way to approach would have just let Crown drive by with the shield immunity. If he gets the steal, then great. If he doesn't, then at least you can back off. But ESB committed to a fight that they were destined to lose from the beginning, and now they're trying to make up for it in the top lane.
Okay, allow me to be unreasonably optimistic. ESB can take fights like that maybe once or twice more until I know it's GG. But wait, Crown jumping in, spots Lexi.
Gets taunted, circling Eagle. Direction is to retreat, so force out the Estes ult just to protect the Baxia.
And of course, Mukri's ult too. And the Poissons. So a single motion forces so much from ESB. I am worried for them come the second turtle. Spawning lower quarter, 20 seconds. By Lucy going 2v1. We're looking at a, less than 2,000 gold lead. But Nightmare are roaming the map like they have a 5k gold lead.
Yeah, the courtesy of Jasmine. Not only that, Bailuti, he is having the freest game of his life. This guy has zero pressure. He took Concussive Blast for the extra wave clear. I would have preferred Brave Smite, but it works out anyways because of how strong he is right now. Stepboy, they really want his Primal Wrath out, and they get it. Now ESB looks for counter engage by Bailuti is so strong. Look at this dude. He is durable. Pop in, left, right, center, slam dunk, freestyle, every type of dance move that he has with the Infernal Pursuit. At the end of the day, they force the Estes out. Oh, the bad impact still to this land, but Mukti finally runs dry of mana, and Nightmare ends up getting the kill instead. Do all of that.
That's what the professionals would call a wet noodle fight. You see how long it took and how much, or rather, how little those life bars were moving? Mainly is because of the Estes, but also because this clump of 4 heroes from Nightmare deal very little damage. But that just shows how bad it is for ESB. ESB stayed and picked that fight when they clearly weren't ready. So I'm going to give him an ultimatum, Husky. One more fight they lose like that, and I think it really is over.
I agree. Because when all of that was happening, there was like, what, 4 members of ESB? So Cammy gets to continue to free farm. And in a wet noodle fight scenario, your draft with extra healing is losing to a draft that doesn't deal much damage. That is a clear sign of you just not being in a position to do anything. And they are constantly forced to stick as 4, right? They made a move down there to help Sep Boy. That didn't work out.
Oh, God.
At least they get Jasmine.
Jasmine, you are a Matilda. Yes, you make a lot of shields, but not against 4. Not this early, not like this. Not even 6 minutes in, and ESB are clapping back, crawling back into game 2 here. Closing that gap, maybe keeping the gold lead at under 3,000. That was a stumble by Nightmare, but shouldn't lead to much of an end game by Lucci, forcing a Primal Wrath from Chep Boy. What was that about?
Wow, he really wanted to clear that wave to get the recall. He will get Primal Wrath back for the next turtle, so that is something that he can be assured of. Nightmare also sticking as 4. Circling Eagle. Use Suicide Flexi underneath the turret, but instantly backs off. And let's see, ESB, if they overcommit, this could be bad news. Ammon Force is laid out. Esther's ultimate as well. Crown just soaking up the damage, but a great RWM to separate the battle line. And ESB in complete shambles. They lose their jungler, and they try to look for Cammy. One last shot for the barrel, and they find a trade. And Sep Boy managing to flicker away the safety. This ended up being an even exchange.
And I wholeheartedly agree. Again, yes, it is a Baksha. Yes, it is a Harith that was traded from side to side, but that's a Baksha that has retribution. Crown needed to be on the map in time for this turtle, but instead they're going to lose it. But just the same, Cammy got his farming hindered. He stopped here. He slowed down. And what is Jasmine doing?
Just with Matilda things. Lucky to get to escape that, right? If Crown was there, he was straight up be dead. Second turtle, actually third turtle for Nightmare Esports. I think if you're ESB, you're gonna try to look for topside because they don't have the tier 1 already. So that is what Crown will do, but the rest of his team is not fast enough to keep up.
Apply pressure. Make it hurt where it hurts. And so far, we're seeing maybe signs of what the end game looks like for ESB. Make Berwick, make Murky untouchable. Put Crown in between y'all. Put Chep Boy in between y'all. Because if Cammy can't find you guys, and if Cammy isn't farmed up enough, then maybe we're going to go to game 3.
Well, I did at 8-minute mark actually going for the dire hit, Roam Boots and Enchant Blessing. And take Curas for by Lucci. Too easy for Lexi will hold that bottom turret. It is a 3v1 scenario up in the top lane. Chep Boy really having his work cut out for him. The entire game just not being able to catch a single break.
Oh, Chep Boy decides he wants to be a hero. Put down to a 1/5 of his health. Nightmare happy with the outcome of this push. They don't lose much. Not significant except for that tier 1 down bottom. And then I think they're going to be moving over, gazing at this tier 1 in mid.
Too easy for Lexi is still hovering down in the bottom lane. He's been there for quite a while. Now starting to move to join the rest of his team. If they can get this mid tier 1, it would be bad news for ESB. But good news is ESB has some pretty good wave clear. So Nightmare can't just really bang their heads into the wall to force this structure take.
I would give ESB's wave clear a solid 9.5 out of 10. Again, they have a Granger. They have a Cillian. Crown engages on by Lucy.
By Lucy will flicker away. Too easy for Lexi. He's gonna form the front with Ide just popping them with the Void Crystals. The rest of Nightmare finally shows up. The fight basically over as ESB calls for the retreat. But now Lord is on the menu.
I think Crown is going to have to second guess himself here. Unless Yenny World is willing to stand in the heat of the kitchen here. As Nightmare cooks up the Lord, Crown can't contest, and that's true enough. ESB are staring down a Lord push up top.
Slight good news for ESB is at least Nightmare isn't running an assassin jungler, so both teams are slightly slower in terms of the tempo, but even then, for ESB. They have a limited time, so a flicker knockup into an execution. Very well done from the side of Tep Boy. And they might just get more than one. Too easy for Lexi. Wants to retreat, but that's another Sky Piercer stack. That's 20 for Bearwick. 30 coming through. A triple kill for Bearwick. And ESB has found the opening.
A singular stumble, a pickoff, led to 2 more. Nightmare just do not know how to respond to ESB's Ube when they say it's go time. A push in mid. Another one falls. And it's suddenly like the Lord didn't matter. Nightmare, what is going on?
Did Lexi not take the guiding win? Or did Bailucci tapped it instead? I struggling to figure out because that was the guiding win for sure. They want to take the fight. Jasmine's going to throw his body in the front line. Gets executed in the end. And that's going to be 40 stacks of the Sky Piercer for Bearwick. Nightmare, you need to stop doing something like that. You got to be a lot more careful because those Sky Piercer stacks will be their undoing.
Husky, is it just me or is there not enough anti-heal amongst Nightmare? Who has the wand? Who has a dominant size? Because it looks like ESB's healing is unhindered. It looks like it's as free-flowing as it could be.
It should be on Yeef, and then Bailucci needs the Dom Eyes. Actually, when he got the first item, Anti-Curaz, I wasn't really on board with that. I feel like the first item, Dom Eyes, which is a pretty rare, item choice to go first. But in this situation, makes a lot of sense. They're gonna try and take the fight again. Salmon forcibly lay down. That's going to be the blue carpet. But again, this Granger is out of control, man. That's his 50th Sky Piercer stacks. And when you're up against a team that has Granger, Sicilian, and you give them an advantage, this is horrible news for Nightmare. They have lost every penny of gold lead that they've accumulated in the past few minutes.
It's gone. They missed their window. This seems to be Nightmare's weakness. Facing down a late game lineup and they don't know how to finish. This is exactly what happened in their matchup with RLG. And now Nightmare have to find a way out of this. ESB in control.
And Nightmare lost their only game to the first game to RLG because of a Florin. Imagine if they lose this one because of an Estes. Haunted by all the Enchanter Roamer. Man, Bailucci, that's 3 shots.
I reckon a dominance ice is in demand. They had to build something that slows down Yeti World's heal. Not gonna happen. Lexi goes for the steal.
Gets to be built up in the very end. The guiding me for him to take if he wants to. The fact that he escaped is, you wish upon a shooting star, right? That is a blessing in disguise. Mukri ends up taking his purple buff away. So the fact that no one died on Nightmare is, in of itself, good enough.
And good enough sounds like a consolation prize. But at the end of the day, if you lose, you lose. Nightmare have to make quick decisions. Nightmare have to work out the economy. Where can we put one more dominance ice or one more glowing wand? And how do we find Bearwick? How do we find Mukri? They haven't died, not even once.
Fortunately, Leo, I have bad news. I don't think that Doma is coming out anytime soon. Bailucci got his Winter Crown, and 2EC Works, he went for Anti-Curaz instead. Unless they start this game out for a couple, like 5 more minutes, that Dom Ice is not going to be in sight. It's not even guaranteed that they will go Dom Ice. I have a feeling they might go for like Oracle for Louis C. Collection for something.
That sounds counterproductive, man. The fact that you wanna go heal for heal and contest an Estes to do at that, I wish Nightmare all the luck if that's what they want to do.
Doing it the hard way. That's how he described them when they went up against RLG. Well, this one really just the difficulty got taken up a notch, right? They went from a manageable game to now just playing on hardcore mode, permadeath.
Oh.
Attempted engage from Tep Boy actually misses the mark. Did force a flicker from Ida, and now this RWM perfectly placed. They couldn't get to him. Tep Boy ends up going down. The Winter Crown coming out from Bailucci as he flickers away. Still executed by Bearwick. This Granger so lethal. but at least Nightmare trades 1 for 1.
But look at what it cost Nightmare. So much more battle spells. 3 flickers. Luckily, Kami didn't have to use his Purify, but look at ESB. Wick has a flicker. Yennyworld has a flicker. Mukri has a flicker. They refuse to change their course, and they will continue down this path. You see how hard it was to kill him? All right, let's see if anyone's about to build another anti-heal. There it is, finally. Half a dominance ice on by Lucy.
Just need a bit more, maybe 2-3 more minutes. You know, like you give him a lane or something so he can start farming up.
I don't think they're gonna get a 2 or 3 minutes because Lord's out.
Look at Berwick. He is like 14k net worth. He is decked out. His last item is a BOD. I don't know how Nightmare can withstand his damage at this point.
An Antikiras. That's why they built the Antikiras first.
It's the best they got.
I guess that's why they prioritized that.
Yeah. Even then, he's munching through their health bar. Too easy for Lexi. Does he have the finger of the god? Can he just get the steal? They turn on the Tep Boy. Crown now joins in a bit late, but still in the fight. Bracelets grab. Actually, not managing to slam down fully, but the RWM is going to build him out. They get rid of Crown and ID now in a rough spot, but enough to blast down Berwick, and Nightmare edges out that fight with 3.
Well, I'll be damned. They did the impossible. Berwick and Mukri have fallen. Chep Boy and Yennyworld left. A healer and a brick wall. Nightmare might be able to do this.
One last Dark Wave with the Circling Eagle, knock out. Tep Boy wants to retreat. One last Earth Shatter and a Flicker to get out of the way. ID just flickers forward. He's done with these fun and games. The Void Blast to take out Tep Boy, and now it's just Yennyworld rocking the Blacklist International skin on this Estes as the Kingdom of ESB fall. Nightmare, a recovery in the late game to bring themselves a 2-0, and that's a total of 4 points in the group. I think they made it through, Leo.
Nightmare played hide and seek with death and ended up getting away with it. They didn't get tagged. They almost lost that game. A late focused draft. That last team fight was a thing of beauty. Nightmare should watch that once more, twice more, 3 times more, and say, gentlemen, play that way. Our MVP for game 2, I did, and boy oh boy, he did.
He did everything that is necessary, only dying once this entire game. Both games in the series, he went for the Eve. Like, his RWM placements were a thing of beauty. It's not just a chessboard. He laid out an entire boulevard in these team fights and made himself near untouchable. And this is where I want to quote our good friend LaFell. He said something about, you know, core players. And I'm going to paraphrase. He says, being a core player is the hardest thing in the world, because no matter how good you play and how far you are ahead, all it takes is one death for you to lose the game. And it only took one death for Berwick and Mukri for ESB Titan to lose this game.
And it's less about the death. It's less about the economy. It's less about the consequences and more of the timing, your lack of presence. You saw how fast and how much Nightmare wanted to rush that push. Is if Mukri and Berwick were around, there was no way they were able to blitz the base like that. So, right on time, came in with the save, Kami came in with the lethal damage, and everything else followed. Nightmare with a comeback victory in game 2, ending the series right then and there.
Yeah, and putting themselves in, I think they not only have almost secured themselves a slot, right? But they also can look back at this entire run today and, you know, pat themselves on the shoulders knowing that they've done the right thing when it mattered the most. Because I think ESB, I just rolled back the clip just now and I realized that ESB could have waited just 15 seconds longer, because Chep Boy's flicker was about to come up, but he pulled the trigger when he didn't have the necessary tools, which led to a cascade of events, allowing Nightmare to complete the comeback.
And I can't blame Chap Boy. Again, he knew, they knew, all of ESB knew that they were in control, and if they didn't pick this fight, if they didn't wipe out Nightmare here, then that would have been more of chances for the Laotian squad to sweep them. But in the end, they found a way. And here we are. 4 points on the board for Nightmare, and this all but locks him in for the playoffs. Now it comes down to RLG and to ESB. That's our final series for the night. We'll be back after a short break to call that. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong, and we'll see you after this.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Tiêu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Tiêu, đừng Tiêu.
Ok, bạn ơi, lên, 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 bạn nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yosha! 第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
は俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Piu đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, lên 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 nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải finish ra, đi legend. Bốn anh em mình, legend. Finish ra, đi legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Utsumaki Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It is the final best of 3 here in tonight's broadcast. Welcome to the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Husky, and we're about to witness ESB try to make up for it with 0 points on the board against RLG.
Yes, Leo, this is going to be the hardest uphill battle ever for ESB, judging by the fact that they have attempted 2 different approaches to the game against Nightmare, and one of it even almost working out with the olden tech of the Ube strat, which unfortunately they fumble at the very end. And now their fate lies in this one, right? Just like what I said about ESB needing a definite 2-0 to stay in the league. RLG they don't need a 2-0. They just need to beat ESB.
In one way or another, right? A sweep, a 3-game best of 3. One way or another, RLG indeed do need to beat ESB. Because how crazy would that be, Husky? How crazy would it be if ESB sweep RLG now and our first series winner gets knocked out of the playoffs? That would be heartbreaking.
It would be a tragedy for RLG, who was able to defy the odds in the first series to take down Nightmare Esports, right? They probably are thanking themselves for that win, because they definitely didn't want to face off against Nightmare Esports that played in the second series. Again, top 2 of each group advances to playoffs, and Nightmare Esports has already locked in the first slot, so there's only one left.
So, worst case scenario for ESB is the scores remain the same. ESB at 0, RLG at 5, because they'll gain 3 if they sweep the Bruneian squad, and then Nightmare at 4. But let's say, some way, somehow, the underdogs from Brunei are able to score and sweep. We can go to 3 for ESB, 4 for Nightmare, and then RLG gets knocked out. I bet the teams from Group B, 2R, KOG, and Leon are like, that's how tight this is, huh?
It really is, right? There's only one way out of this, and it's a way of victory. But again, at least it's not as demanding as what we wanted to see from Nightmare, right? It's not as demanding as a definite 2-0. This one can be a 2-1. As long as you win the series, you are in the clear, and the loser, unfortunately, will have to take a bow.
And that bow is painful. Again, what's on the line here? The chance to represent your region in the wildcards, to fly out to MSC 2025, the wildcards, as a part of Esports World Cup 25 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That is a honor that you cannot buy, despite there being a huge prize pool on the line. Again, $3,000 for our winner, $1,000 for the runner-up, and $500 for the 3rd and 4th place. Legion Esports is waiting. Legion Esports is already qualified, so they're used to playing in the M Challenge Cup, but here they punched their ticket first by winning the VMC, and now these remaining teams are vying for that one more slot.
Yeah, and for these players, I'm pretty sure that at one way or another, on social media, through peers, or even through any competition or any form of media that we've seen, they know how life-changing it can be just to qualify to the wildcards. And if they make it further, then they would even be better, right? For a region that, in terms of the ML ecosystem, maybe not as developed as some of the major ones like us, our fortunate ones in the SEA, well, not SEA, but at least the big 3 of MY, ID, and PH. Any opportunity for these folks will be just a great chance for them to expand their horizons.
Yep. For one, to meet up with the other wildcard teams on ground, to have that experience of playing in a LAN event, in a huge stadium, in the Boulevard, in Riyadh. That place is historic. Husky, you know exactly what it feels like to play in a crowd like that.
Yeah, it is. It's nothing like you've ever experienced. I would say to a certain degree, it doesn't even feel the same, right? Even if you play at the M series, nothing feels exactly similar like the Boulevard itself, with the crowd, the flashing lights, but also the degree of stakes that is put on the line. That golden triangle of a pure 24 karat that is a symbol of your team's identity that gets crushed on defeat, but then you get to keep it and seal in resin if you came out victorious. You have to experience it for yourselves.
And these teams are but a journey away from that. Multiple steps, but again, you just got to take it one game at a time. We've gotten word that the draft will begin shortly. Our teams are getting their ping test, making sure that their competitive experience is in tippy-top shape. Once more in action is going to be ESB Titans from Brunei facing off against RLG from Vietnam. These two teams, we have to be honest with y'all, have been around. RLG in one shape or another has been helping shape the Vietnamese MLBB esports scene. ESB, they've always just been that squad. You know, when you say Brunei esports, Brunei MLBB, it's always been ESB.
Yeah, it's always been them, right? They are the face of Brunei MLBB. The last few, core remnants that they have, the last few standing ones, but it's still going strong, right? They are one of the core reasons that we still have Bruneian pro players who are still trying to go for the Covenant title overseas on the international stage, even those for maybe newer players or newer audience, they won't even know that there is a scene in Brunei, but we have ESB to keep the engine running.
Hey, there's no sense in saying there is no MLBB in any part of the world. Mobile Legends finds a way, and it connects people all around the world, and that's the beauty of this esport that we all play and love. M Challenge Cup Mekong is these countries and teams away from that region of the world to make it to the big stage. That is the Mid-Season Cup 2025. Once more, 2 groups, 2 teams making it to the playoffs, single eliminations, one way to a best of 7, and then the winner punches their ticket to Saudi Arabia. Group B, real quick, in case you guys are wondering, when are they going to be competing? Tomorrow. They will be in action tomorrow, and in Group B waiting is Leon Esports, King of Gamers, and Rise of Raven. We haven't yet seen the teams from Thailand and Timor-Leste compete, and they will be in action tomorrow.
Yeah, and that is going to be another set of challenges, for these teams to go through. Again, they have the luxury to at least do some scouting, see who is going to be qualifying from Group A, and once they match up, it is going to be a best of 5, right? Playing, it's only going to get harder, but when it comes to MLBB, it's always that battle of endurance, right? It's not about the sprint, it's about how you close out the day.
Hey, if you ask me, as a Filipino, we love the climb. We love going the long way around. If you could put a lower bracket through any major international tournament, we could win that, but que sera, such is the nature of the beast. Like in the Mid-Season Cup, the M Challenge Cup does not have a lower bracket finals. If you lose, you lose. So just these teams understand how important it is and how urgent it is to win when it matters. So ESB, it'd be best for them to sweep. For RLG, it would also be best for them to sweep. I don't think they should play around. If you can win here, just win here.
Yeah, I think just a win, right? 2-1, right? If they go the distance, just close it out 2-1. As long as you win, that's all that matters for these 2 teams. And I think, yeah, I personally am a big fan of lower bracket. Like I might not be Filipino, but I love lower bracket. I love the underdog story. But in this case, and it's going to be the case with MSC, no lower bracket, which means that teams have to. The journey is harder, right? You have to always be in your tip-top condition, and this is what the Mekong Challenge Series demands of these warriors.
Here we go. The players making their entrance onto their seats, making their way into the land of dawn. Once again, this broadcast is coming to you live from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and of course, our own comfortable homes, studios where we call the action from. Husky from Malaysia. I myself from the Philippines. It's amazing to see these athletes still smile and laugh despite the devastating sweep.
That's the spirit that you need. Like I have a lot of respect for these professionals. Like I lose a ranked game and I can't smile for the next 30 minutes, but they lose a game that would knock them out of wildcard contention, and here they are still, putting up a positive attitude. Even if it's just on the surface, right? It is some form of reassurance, not just for the peers beside them, but also for all the supporters out there who want to see them make it through to the next level.
Imagine that, Husky. All we needed to do was pick up our phone, boot up a game, load in, and lose. They had to fly out. They had to spend days, weeks, hours of the day to scrim, and they have to put on a smile. And when they lose, they have to take it like a champ. And we throw a fit over a single star.
Yeah, it's
that's what makes that's the difference. That's the difference.
You put that into perspective, right? That's the difference. It's so stark. Like, even for these players, if we take it a step further, players spend months, years, right? Some even multiple years, and all of it could be wiped away with a single loss on the world stage, or in this case, a qualifiers. So for both ESB and RLG, they have one last shot, 3 more games, potentially just 2. Let's see if they have any more surprises to throw at each other.
A lot on the shoulders of Coach Dran here, and 10 times that on the shoulders of Coach Justin from ESB. The opening ban, RLG, they watched. Coach Dran says, "Nuh-uh, not in my house. No Estes."
It's so ironic that both teams actually have played healing comps, you know, like RLG themselves played the Angela and Florian, and they're the ones that be like, nah, no Estes. Now, all ESB needs to do is to ban out Angela Florian, and then we will have a rivalry on our hands.
And the Louis ban by Coach Dran. Does that mean ESB take out the chip? Is that a fair trade?
It would be
or
a fair
another
trade,
jungler.
Actually. We could ban a Joy here. I think that wouldn't be too bad too.
Yeah, I'd say Joy. I'd say Haya. And then leave the chip open. We don't know if RLG can play chip though.
It was banned against them, I think, once by a Nightmare. There goes the Matilda ban. No Matilda, no Kalea. Wow, that Matilda ban was very, very premeditated, right? Want to shut down a potential. Matilda, even though it wasn't by ESB, it was by Nightmare, but RLG took very, very strict precautions.
How about the Florin, Husky? How about the Florin? Did ESB Titans watch the VMC finals?
Man, if they banned a Florin now, it would be for the general audience it would be funny, but for us it would be understandable, you know, like reasonable. Nah, they banned the Lucas.
Oh, they're playing with fire here. They don't ban the Florin, instead the Lucas, and now RLG. They confirm they do have a chip. And here's the thing. I don't know who's playing it. Okay, likely it's Carl, all right? Carl didn't move around. Carl didn't shuffle around, but the answer by ESB, another debut pick. The Carmilla alongside the Baksha. Husky, is this a new player on board for RLG? A player we haven't seen yet all night? Is this the King?
Oh yeah, it is the King. Wow, this is version number 4. And we got the Chip Masha. Okay, I like this theorized that when ESB picked the Loi, that Masha is a possibility. Chip Masha also works.
Chip Masha.
You pick Ceci here.
Let's see. I like how dangerous RLG is, whether it be a snap pickoff or a sudden split from out of nowhere. RLG are getting a little spicy.
I can never get enough of the chip or the Loi, you know, global cross-map plays. I know you guys had quite your fill in the MPLPH playoffs itself. Plenty of chips, courtesy of TLPH, Chip and Loi. There is Sicilian Camilla, the Lovebirds, the Vampiric Lovebirds for ESB.
Dirty combo, that is. If ESB Titans are thinking to do what I've foreseen, you could play with so much range. Again, a Carmilla can put herself at about 1/10 of her health and then go back into the Sicilian and get out of there. That's a whole lot of peel. Second phase, ESB takes out the 1-1, so they're attacking the gold lane. Interesting, neither squad still has a gold laner, and it's RLG who bans out the Florin. Is there room for a Florin? What is going on here? Where do they foresee this Carmilla going?
Oh, you'll be shocked. The good old Carmilla jungle. You guys ever had that in FPLPH? in the past few seasons, because we had it in season 12 in MPMY where Carmilla jungle was a thing.
We saw it like a handful of times, literally in one hand. I can count the number of outings the jungle Carmilla had in all of MPL Philippines, but is it that blatant? Is that how specific ESB Titans could go, and how much RLG is respecting that?
Angela banned too?
Anti-shenanigans.
The only thing that could make this make sense for me is that suddenly we're told that the team tags are swapped. Then I will be like, okay, I understand. That's 4 enchanters of course banned out by RLG.
But just the same, Husky, ESB play a mean Sicilian. Mukri almost got away with it last game.
Yes.
So it's not out of the question. Crown likes the utility junglers, so maybe your Mouth and Granger, there it is. RLG though, what does this leave them? The Irithel? Is this carryable? Would you carry here? Moskov is out.
I would Moskov
Coast
actually.
to coast.
Like if I have a chip, Masha, I would go Moskov just so I'm not forced to play into ESB. Like, it's not the easiest way. It's not the easiest like fight either. I think Moskov would be my choice, but for RLG, they decide to go for Fredrin Irithel at the very end. I'm not sure about the Fredrin though. I think the Fredrin is a bit of a hit or miss in this draft.
Yeah, no, the Fredrin's gonna get a face full of everything ESB wants to give him. The Sicilian, the Baksha, easy targets for the festival, for the Feast of Blood. Targets for the Granger. What else is lacking from the Titans? A sure jungler? A sure XP laner?
They could even go for an assassin jungler here, right? They could pick Hayabusa and put Baksha XP, and I think that would work too, because Baksha into Masha, what is Masha gonna do? I want to pick Export instead. Okay.
Ooh. All right. Instead, it is in the XP lane. All right. XB in the XP. And then Crown gets the Baksha. All right. Nothing too spicy here. Nothing too spicy here. Carmilla Rome is what we're going to see.
I don't know how Ashrid is going to deal with this ESP comp, but the most I can do is offering prayers for this game. It is close to an impossible game for the Fredrin to play into. You already have a Sicilian, Baksha, and Granger, and now an X-Borg, and you don't have a Matilda. You don't have anyone to support you in these inevitable clashes. This is going to be a nightmare for him.
Ashrit has to find a way to play around this. Sheer execution, flawless tactics, and marbles made out of adamantium. That's all that Ashrit can hold on to. And the fact that ESB have such a weight on their shoulders, maybe RLG can do exactly what they did to Nightmare Game 3. Remember that, Husky? Where they played a game that Nightmare cannot afford to play and force them into a bad position, a position they cannot dig themselves out of. Maybe that's what RLG can do.
That was why I was thinking of a Moskov instead of Irithel into Granger, simply because if Miguel can quote-unquote solo carry as the 1-1, Moskov is a pretty good hero for him to play that, right? You also enable the macro sense of things. This game, unless he can really just hardcore stomp Berwick in the early phase of the game, he definitely does not have that solo carry potential like he did with the 1-1.
ESB Titans holding nothing back. Came in with a crazy draft that was supplemented by RLG Vietnam's specific choices. Now it comes down to execution. Again, the tighter you can play it, the better your chances of making it to the next stage. But here we go. Game number 1 in a best of 3. Tournament life on the line. Only one more team can secure their slot in the playoffs. Is it RLG or is it ESB?
Man, RLG needs to play the game of their lives. They have the tools to make it happen, but this is not a draft that is easily executable. You have to think creative with the chip, right? That is how chip usually wants to function. You are no longer a frontline tank. You need to create angles from unseen parts of the map. Have this Masha go in and give him a good old 1-2 thunderclap. If not, if it's the front to back ESB, I feel like they will just win it out.
Not just that, the fact that this is a new player. We've yet to see what the synergy is like and the chemistry between the King and his squad, RLG. So that's something that ESB have to consider too. Something we have to account for.
What are the odds that RLG is thinking? It's just, hold on a minute, that's first blood.
Husky, there's no thinking, only doing, only killing.
Only killing. They actually get a punish out of Berwick. How did Berwick end up in that position? You have to be very out of position to be forced to flicker and still take the long route through the bushes.
Husky, something about Miguel makes you just want to fight him. And I guess we'll see now. Do we get an instant replay on that? Alright, no, that was a moment too far. But yeah, no, I guess my theory is Berwick thought he could kill Miguel. And then from out of nowhere, Carl comes, punches him in the face, draws first blood.
The Miguel effect. He has a very punchable aura. I think in my high school you call it a punchable Irritel face. At least they got turtle.
You're lucky the Tiger doesn't add stats. That would be an unfair fight. But yeah, no. Regardless of what happened in the top lane, ESB still get a turtle. That's curious. RLG definitely got blindsided down bottom.
Crown is actually 2 levels ahead of Astrid. So that is also not what I expected. I mean, Crown being ahead, yes, but being almost 2 full levels ahead, I feel like he's getting away with more than he should be. I like how they're all standing on top of the portal. They were anticipating Carl to show up top, but Carl is actually at bottom.
Husky, is this a sign of Ashrit playing it too defensively? Is he too afraid to cross the river because of, you know, the aforementioned threats?
Could be. Even Chip is not the best person to support that. Speaking of Chip, here's Carl. There goes his flicker. ESB still jumps onto him. They have the Baxia. Yenny will come in with a bit of a stun, and a few bad impacts will do the job. Oh, with the save on the Carl, and he walks back. Probably would have died anyways, I guess.
Something tells me Aura and Carl are gonna have a long conversation about that sequence. You saw how Aura, once he got the stacks onto Crown, placed him closer slightly to Carl. It was less about Carl walking back. It's just that Crown got pulled closer, and that's why Crown was able to throw out the skill.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That
was an awkward situation.
Very awkward. Hope they get the smile after that, but only fight. There's no rest for the wicked. Oh, the King over the wall on the Mukri. One last thunderclap. Wow, catches him over the wall twice in a row. The King has done his job, and he's out of there.
Oh, Crown once more. Ashrit running away. And for some reason, the King was able to recover some... Oh, thunderclap on the Chep boy.
Man, Mukri is a sad man. Look at this. This first thunderclap to the cycle eye. Boom! And then the second thunderclap that follows after a flicker. Oh my goodness, the King is something else.
So far, so good. He is a new part of the equation, but I like it. Turtle against the ESB.
That's a Tep Boy barbecue service. The King wants to go for Mukri. He's relentless. Look at this man. One last thunderclap. The King once more strikes again.
And I think it's this aggression that's keeping this close. It's the fact that, oh wow, they're not stopping.
That's the curse of blood. Carl brings his teammates there, and there goes the purple buff. ESB. Well, you did say that when RLG fought Nightmare in Game 3, they were forcing Nightmare to play a way that they were not ready to play, that they refused to play, which is just pedal to the metal. They are doing just that, and they have the perfect draft for it with this chip, with this Fredrin, with this Trusin. Suddenly, ESB, they're sweating a bit.
And all this time, they couldn't put a beat onto Miguel. And I get now why Berwick was so eager to kill him. Why Berwick wanted to fight him is because he was going to be the linchpin at the end of the day, which is at about 9 or 10 minutes. Once Miguel finds his power spike, after he builds his Berserker's Fury, and I would reckon after one more item, RLG would be unstoppable. RLG would have hit their true power spike as a team. That would be reliable damage.
Berserker's Fury into Malefic Gun, GDS. I think he has plenty of options with the state of the game right now. There's a 4-man squad to the top lane, and look at where Carl is. This cheeky little hamster hiding in that bush.
Oh, this is what you're talking about. Unseen angles, delivering a full-on squad right where ESB isn't expecting it. And he stays the course. That's a long round rotation. Oh, he's still waiting.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's calling for Miguel to hush off the wave to bait, to draw attention. ESB are buying into it. And with the turtle spawning there as well, they might not know that Carl is around.
Aura looking to dismantle this. Ashrate with a turtle steal.
Here comes Carl, brings in the king, another thunderclap, finds the kill. This time Aura is gonna save the king, but only for a moment. Berwick finally snipes him with the Death Sonata. So ESB getting some returns at least.
I don't think the king found the right target. The king took out Yenny World, yes, but I'm sure he wanted to go for Mukri, wanted to go for Berwick. And that was an unfortunate result. That was a losing trade.
Yeah, a losing trade and a shutdown too for Berwick, giving him his first 10 Sky Piercer stacks and a fat stack of shutdown goal. So make sure to make up for what he lost against Miguel, right? He jumped on Berwick and he realized that he just did not have enough damage with the last thunderclap.
So far, the map is looking like RLG should be pushing quicker, but because of the nature of the draft, it's ESB who is converting more resources into actual, reliable takes. Look at that top lane. RLG is struggling to take down the tier 1. Crown almost jumps on Aura, forcing a Crimson Beacon.
And Astrid? Hello, sir? Why is he there?
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
I wish I could tell you why, but sometimes even Astrid isn't sure.
Probably went,
Carl gets caught.
That's another flicker. There's no Crimson Beacon yet for Aura, so he needs to be extra careful. But this four-man squad of ESB, it's like a freight train, right? Like so hard to stop them. They're pivoting bot side to pressure Miguel, but this part is gonna bring everyone to Step Boy. Fortunately, he didn't even get his last sanity off with how fast the Faraga armor went down. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a couple of kills going over to RLG and ESB. They blitz the Lord. What a worthy exchange.
RLG fell for the trap. RLG set up Chep Boy. They wanted Chep Boy to get gank, and it was all for that Lord. And it's worth it, I'll tell you. It's worth it.
Alright, runs out of mana. Cannot get to Yenny World. Yenny World wants the help, but that's not getting executed. As Berwick now gets jumped on underneath the turret, that's double execution. Aura getting his mana's worth, and the king will just eat everything up. A great sword in the face of Crown. 3 kills for RLG.
And just like that, no longer worth it. They're still going! They burst Mukri! And they are gonna take down Chep Boy!
A full-on team-wide Carl with the re-engage shortcut. They did lose mid-tier 2 with Lord just running it down, but RLG putting it back. GDS for Miguel. Despite everything that's happened, they fell for the trap, but they recovered instantly.
That's what you call a negative gains Lord. RLG propelling forth in value, approaching a 2,000 gold lead. Say what you will about the bait that they fell for, but they landed on their feet. Carl here gets checked in on by Yenny World. When it comes down to Mekong gameplay, you can never really tell. You thought that macro-wise, ESB won, but RLG says no. Wait for the fight.
It's like a good, crime series. There's just so many plot twists, endless actions, all these off angles. I wanted to see creativity and how Carl finds the angle. He keeps delivering. Even the observers were confused. They were like, wait, hold on. Where is this? This chip is behind enemy lines, so the fight is already over, and they keep on stepping on the gas. Like ESB getting caught off guard a couple of times, and now the game is actually in RLG's favor once more.
Yep. That is the same story as that one game we saw in the first series. Fight after fight after fight. But the way ESB's draft is, they can't take fight after fight after fight. So they better watch out for Carl. Carl is the catalyst here. Oh, as long as ESB don't know where Carl is, it doesn't matter where all the other members of RLG are. They can pull him over for a party. This is a Carl party.
Yeah, we might have been slightly too critical of Carl when he played that Jawhead game, right? He had the mentality of fighting, but now he's given free room to do so. But this game now slows down. RLG not really having the best way to siege structures without Miguel. Even their push isn't really that strong. They don't really have the best wave clear, sadly, with the heroes that they have. So ESB are consistently pushing back. They're hard jumping the wave back. In fact, the minute waves are always pushing towards RLG's side of the map. Second Lord now up.
Spawning in the lower quarter. ESB are crowding around the Lord, smothering it. Ashrit denies a blitz. Again, a solid retribution here. A level up on Crown, so he has a better retribution threshold than the Baksha. But Carl is so far off. Carl can't deliver the rest of RLG here.
There is a world that they make an attempt on the step point again and then take the portal back to the Lord, or they could just, go onto the Lord itself. There's an immortality, so it doesn't make the dive worth it. They'll just leave it up to the king to take out the Firaga armor. Like, Yenny is constantly checking the portal, but there's no signs of Carl, having intention to show up, and that is giving ESB some anxiety, right? They don't want to commit to this.
Yep. What sense is a life living if you gotta keep looking over your shoulder? That's what's happening right now to ESB. They gotta check that why walk portal. Lord now, less than half health. And there's Carl!
Brings in the whole party. Miguel needs to be the linchpin of this fight. Gets Yenny Will immortality out of the way. Barrel Wave tried to go for a couple of snipes, but it's just an easy sidestep for Miguel as Astrid easily works on the Lord. Gets the objective. Carl in a bit of a danger, but Boy doesn't want to commit the last insanity. So at the end of that, ESB lose one and the Lord.
A clean take on that major objective. Well played and well positioned, well postured by RLG. Carl, a one-man threat. Miguel understanding exactly how important he is to that fight, how important he is to the long game of RLG, are now setting up a map-wide push, synchronizing bottom lane, mid lane, top lane, left of the Lord.
And Boy is just getting consistently annoyed by Carl and Aura. Can't believe like RLG has been able to find a way to make a game that feels almost impossible for Astrid to play, to having Astrid being an actual threat, a credible threat towards ESB. They don't even want to walk up to him, even though they have the tools to slowly chip away his health bar.
Astrid in trouble.
And just as I praise him, he goes down. Sometimes you can't really praise the player.
I think this is what, the second or third time he's done this, wherein why was he there? What was he doing? I reckon he just caught himself a little too late, and ESB punishes. Now Crown rolls out, looking to clear these brushes. Yeah, with Ashrit out of the picture, I don't think RLG wants a fight.
At least he did still prove my point, right? He should learn something from that. That's his third death already of the game. Two of it was of his own doing. Where Carl is an angle that you can actually access the backline. They're trying to corral ESB towards Carl, but unfortunately, all he sees is Yenny World. Does he still want to commit to this? No, he calls it off. I think it's a good decision.
Yeah. And all the more I know it wasn't going to happen because Carl had a straight line to Berwick, but he did not jump in, did not go for the punch, did not go for the shortcut. Instead, a long and slow push down bottom by Miguel.
Intercepted by Chepboy at the base, thankfully. So Inhibitor still up. The next Lord will be at the bottom side of the map. And once more, Carl goes into hiding.
This is, again, you mentioned frustrating. This is emotionally taxing. This is physically annoying. The fact that you have to clear every brush. You have to watch out for these Y-walk shortcuts. And wait, what's this? Aura gets caught out by Yenny World and Crown. And, alright, could have sworn that was going to break out into a real fight.
It really felt like it. If Barry was any closer, I think they would have straight up, turned that into a brawl. I wonder what items Aura has. Let's see if the Brute Force or something. Let's see, want to be more tanky. Definitely has Sky Piercer and Blood Wing. Blowing one on top of it. And the dance begins again. Just that very slow boiler of a dance.
Conceal by Yenny World. Does not commit to it. Not sure if the actual item was expended there. Carl picking up the Athena shield. Still holding on to that brush up top. The King going 1v1 with Chep Boy. Lord now, less than half health. Ashrid's still in range. Carl from the back!
Yeah, Chep Boy can't join the fight. Doesn't have Flicker, has to go back to base. They were able to keep Carl away, so no shortcuts for now. He finally drops it pretty out of range, but still Lord going over to RLG. Curse of Blood just to zone out the King. The King cannot enter the fight, but Aura, he's very far forward. Thankfully, he has a Crimson Beacon to help him back up. The King jumps in, that's a Thunderclap, but he also flickers out.
That must have been confusing. Like a fight from that movie from 2011, Inception. You don't know what's up, you don't know what's down, what's left or right. Could have sworn Crown went through the shortcut himself, and that's what found the flank here from the back. There he was. Oh, and then Marquis, at least, Murki and Berwick knew where their targets were, knew what was right and left, up and down, right and wrong. But still, the fact that that was deja vu, the same Lord take with no casualties, must be problematic for ESB.
It's like you said, right? It's very emotionally taxing. Every now and then you got to remind your teammates that we got to watch out for the chip. Here comes Carl with the conceal, looking for an angle to jump, but couldn't find any just yet, right? He's losing a lot of health bars. They'll settle for 2 inhibitors. Meanwhile, Tep Boy once more losing this Faraga armor in the top lane, as ESB slowly but surely losing more and more ground in this game.
Top lane and bottom lane inhibitors have fallen. Mid, the last bastion for ESB Titans. More waves are crashing through. Miguel keeping himself scarce. It's been a while since Miguel scored anything. A kill, an assist. He's just coasting. He's just slowly threading through whatever his team wants to do. Yet still, they're sitting at a 7k gold lead.
The nightmare continues. I could have sworn that this could have easily been a game replay had we not been doing this live with Carl hiding in the top bush again. The same sweet little spot that he's always been hiding in. But this time ESB has a full squad to check him, so he's going to leave that. But with both silent inhibitors down, this is only going to amplify the fear that ESB has in their hearts every single time they want to contest any objective. Next Lord coming up in 40 seconds.
They have to deal with the Y-walk portals. They have to deal with the brushes that Carl could randomly be sitting in. They have to deal with that long lane that the King is threatening. Again, he sent up a big fat wave there. And it's not like ESB has the same kind of map mobility as RLG. So if they're frustrated with how the past 2 Lord takes have gone down, all the more now. It doesn't get any easier. If anything, it gets worse for ESB.
Even the minions get stronger as time passes. This is permanent damage, permanent difficulty for ESB. That's tiring walking around like that. Yenny World really wants to get something done. They will turn on to Astrid. Curse of Blood use as well, but ends up getting nothing in return. Now they post themselves around the Lord Pit, but they can't stay there for long. The King just shows himself in the bot lane, and suddenly the whole of ESB is running back to the base to deal with the wave.
And Carl cuts through. Carl finds an angle. Carl rotating. I don't think they know. Lord still standing at about half health. Carl's getting sandwiched.
And he's gonna find Berwick. He drops the portal. Here comes Miguel and the King. With Berwick down, this fight is essentially over. Yeniwo also goes down. The barbecue from Tempoy this time not enough. He's gonna be taunted up, loses the immortality, comes back to life. Dragon armor is going to be a second layer of defense, but that appraisal grab hits like an absolute freight train. ESB loses 2 of their members.
Berwick and Yenny World not here for the defense. I think RLG have abandoned the idea of taking the Lord. They're in the base.
Crowns the next one to go, executed by the Drew Sin, and RLG after a slugfest wins game number 1 in 21 minutes 15 seconds through extremely creative maneuvers.
Not just that, they're also very surgical and deliberate about the way that they pushed. I didn't think RLG could play this way, and here they are proving to us that they can evolve on the fly. This is the longest game, if I'm not mistaken, in tonight's broadcast in all of M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 5.
Yep. Ice cold from RLG. Very composed, very disciplined, very deliberate with how they play the game. And it's not the guy that you saw doing hand signs for his jutsus. That's Miguel. 3-0-8 on the Irritel. Deathless game again. All started with a first blood with assistance from Carl, but the rest of the game it was Carl and the King setting the team up for success, really putting more and more pressure on ESB until they just could not stand on their 2 feet anymore.
Extra reminder for Berwick, for all the members of ESB Titans, whoever RLG might face if they do make it through to the playoffs, don't fall for Miguel's punchable aura. Don't fall for his early game shenanigans, because when it comes down to it, if they do make it to the late game, this guy's a hustler. This guy's a shark. He plays it clean, and he knows his job, and he trusts his teammates so much. How many times did that shortcut look so dangerous, yet still Miguel went through it?
Yeah, like he just shows up, right? He shows up. It doesn't matter who is in front of him. Like, he keeps perfect distance. He hits the right target. And this version 4 of RLG, how do we even determine which version of the roster for RLG that we most want to see? I know I want to see the one with Miguel, and now I saw the one with the King, and the King had a great debut. Like, is everyone getting a quota? Is this a contractual obligation that every player needs to play the game? Because RLG feels like they play better and better with each evolving version of the roster.
So are you saying this version with the King is your favorite so far, the cleanest they've been?
It does look like the cleanest, feels like the most surgical one, right? There's very less scrappy moments, well, barring Astrid, you know, the 2 deaths, but aside from that, I'm satisfied with what they've shown in this game.
Okay, in before we load into game 2, and then suddenly Yus is back in. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's a possibility, all right? We are at match point right now with RLG just 1 game away from knocking ESB out of the tournament and locking their slot into the playoffs. Once again, this is Group A of the group stage of the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5. Got word that we should be going to a quick break to ready up for the next draft. His name is Husky, my name is Leo. We'll be right back after this.
こは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Do or die for ESB, Brunei's last hope of making it to the wild card of MSC 2025. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Husky, and we are smack dab in the middle of the final best of three for the evening. It's RLG from Vietnam versus ESB from Brunei, trying to score their final points in their last match in the group stage.
And there is a universe that ESB falls prey to the same fate as Season 4, right? Where they finished the group stage with no wins at all. And Season 4 is even more brutal because we had 4 teams in a single group instead of 3. Nonetheless, this is a slightly different lineup. You know, I believe they did have few players from last season that were here, like Tep Boy, Mukri, and Yenny. Yenny was the coach, I think, but it seems like as much as they have polished up certain concepts, the one that they were not prepared for was the 3-pronged attack from the chip of RLG.
There was just way too much going on from RLG's draft there, which again personally impressed me. I was this close to getting frustrated from the way Series 1 went, But then suddenly here with the King coming in, this draft that they made work, it's like a whole new team completely. So with that said, I'm hoping that, again, for the sake of ESB, they solve this and they figure out how to even the odds and equalize. But it looks like RLG's pockets are way too deep. RLG might even, again, I'm not counting out the fact that they might shuffle and they might show us a new draft.
Yeah, I think the first thing you do, you ban the chip out, right? Don't let that chip go through ever again. That was clearly a problem that ESB had no problem of, no way of dealing with. I think the Loi has, even the Loi was banned out by by RLG themselves. Just force RLG to play a normal game like how they did in Series 1 against Nightmare, and the odds will definitely be even out a lot more.
All right, we're throwing back into the stadium, our live venue from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Our players are getting prepped. All right, again, if you're ESB, you don't want to get rushed. If you're ESB, you want to take your sweet time as much as you can, allowed technically by our staff, making sure the tournament runs. But if you're RLG, just play. Again, you want to go off the momentum. You're running hot. Go for it.
Oh yeah, I think for RLG, they came off of 2 strong wins, right? One in Game 3 against Nightmare, and just now Game 1 against ESB Titans. Now I'm excited to see what else RLG have in store. They still go for Estes ban for their opening.
What does ESB take out? I don't think there's enough weapons that RLG showed that defines an auto ban, except for the chip. Maybe just the chip, just to be safe.
Yeah, I agree. I think the chip has to go. If they don't ban the chip in this first phase, I think half the game is already decided. They still go for the Hayabusa ban. They still, and even then, there is still the Fanny that they need to consider, right? Not just the chip, but the Fanny that has been on that ban list permanently. More so if you're on Rit side, you are more, inclined to ban her. Loi banned by RLG, so far the bans are the same as Game 1.
This does run the threat of the chip being opened once more. I don't think ESB should play with fire. They can't afford to... Oh, there it is. Good call. Good man, Coach Justin. Good man.
Yeah, if tried once, didn't work out, just eradicate the root of the problem. RLG didn't change that ban, still a Matilda ban. ESB, Joy, Fanny, plenty of picks that they need to consider. I think we can expect a potential Baksha first pick now that Chip is no longer in the equation.
And there's the aforementioned Fanny. Again, as a red team, that comes down to you. Again, it's open. If you let it through, it's your fault. RLG opens up the draft with a Baksha. Awesome flex here. Coach Dran knows exactly what he's doing. ESB, how do they respond? Do they open with a Carmilla X again? That was so weird, by the way. Opening up with a Carmilla in red.
So it's a Valentina Lucas. Instantly, this opening is I don't think we see this often. In fact, I don't think we've ever seen it in recent times. It is a must to get Lucas and Valentina together if possible, but as a red 1-2, that's a lot of your cards revealed, right? You did mention even in the first game between Nightmare and RLG that an early Valentina, that one was on blue 2, is a bit too early, and now we're seeing the same thing, but this one is to protect the Lucas.
A stolen Unleash the Beast feels so bad. So ESB go for the bundle package, and they debut another pick in the M Challenge Cup here. There's the Paquito. When was the last time you saw Paquito, Husky?
The last time I saw Paquito? Oh boy. I don't even remember. Probably we're in season 15, right? Probably season 13 actually. The season 14 we are already straying away from... Actually, maybe no. Maybe season 14 was the last time I saw it.
It's been a hot minute.
It's been quite long, honestly. Like, you know,
we have to figure out where this is going. Is this their effort to stop the Kings, Masha? Because it looks like that's the XP lane matchup, no?
Yeah, it feels like it's very deliberate. But I'm not sure if it's enough to stop the King, though. You need crowd control to stop the Masha. Like, raw damage just gives her... Just lets her thunderclap you faster, right? Every single health bar that you blow out gives her a refresh thunderclap. They need crowd control. You have it from the Lucas, sure, but it's not enough. They need to rely... The Roma's pick. The Roma pick and the... Only the Roma pick has crowd control because they already have jungle and XP. This is a tough spot that ESB has put themselves in.
ESB have to dig themselves out of this. They have no one else to blame, nor rely on, nor to celebrate if they make this work, if they force a game 3. Bans for the second phase include a 1-1, an Angela. Is RLG here to ban another Florin? Are they going to do that? That's what they did in game 1.
I feel like they probably would. Is it necessary? Probably no, but whatever floats their boat, right? Like they haven't found a need to not ban a Florin, so Florin gets banned out again. Maybe that is the strat, right? You take care of the Ube identity of VSB.
And we're waiting for one more. The Zushin, ESB's last ban. They struggled so much with Aura's Zushin game 1. So now Coach Justin making a decision. Coach Dran waiting in the wings. Still no gold laner for ESB. Do they allow the Granger? Both sides actually still missing a mid laner. Harith is open. Oh my god.
Harith is open. But the Masha is a threat to the Harith. In a way. Oh, they go for the Ruby. So it's a Ruby roam.
Looking like. So they don't want to rush into the Harith nor the Granger. Is this Granger Eve?
Granger Eve, yeah. I think Granger Eve would be perfect. Unless they really want to double down, they could even take the Harith away. But I reckon the Granger makes a lot more sense. Right? It's almost the same draft as we've seen before.
Massive range.
Okay, they do take the Harith.
So I guess they don't want to range overload. But this is way too much magic damage. Again, their only real source of physical is the Masha, and it's a singular burst.
Yep. We say that, but ESB don't really have the best front lines to build the items to soak up the magic damage, right? The best they got is the Ruby. And Ruby isn't exactly the bulkiest one. And they need a gold laner, so this wait a minute, it's a Ruby gold.
Ruby gold! Folks, fundamentally speaking, and we've seen this several times in the past, whenever you put a Ruby in the gold lane, you have to have a hyper carry in the jungle, meaning an assassin that needs too much early game farm that you funnel all of those resources to that jungler. Lucas ain't it. That's not Lucas. Instead, this is a lineup that just runs through your opponents. You can argue that they're all fighters, but Husky, where is ESB going with this?
I think they just pray that they have enough horsepower to bulldoze through RLG before the game goes out of control, right? If this game goes late game, it's straight up GG go home for ESB. Or they could just try to channel the aura of the Hokage in this Lucas. And hopefully the main character plot armor is gonna help them win the game. I don't know, Leo. I'm as lost as you are because this doesn't feel like it is it for ESB.
We're lost together. But imagine, Husky, imagine if ESB win, if they make it work, if the strat to just run through your opponents some way, somehow works. That is the one hope that ESB are holding on to. That is the one hope all of Brunei MLBB are holding on to. Game 2, it's match point for RLG. Can their orthodox and more grounded draft seal the deal and get them top seed in Group A.
Every single fiber in me is telling me that nothing that ESB picked makes sense. Picking Hilda, into Joy, sure, right? Good assassins, but there's a Baxia too that is very conveniently leashing the purple buff. So, what is Jenny's approach, right? I don't see an angle where they are going to get priority. Maybe the mid lane, which Mukri just did over Aura, but that is just a very, very small and insignificant win.
I usually do not like Roam Hilda, I'll be honest, but the fact of the matter that all its job really is to live in the face of Ashrit makes it make sense, but only in such a marginal scale. Yenny World here, putting a beat on Carl. Ooh, forcing a flicker very early from Mukri.
Not really sure if that was necessary. Since Yenny World is there, he would have been able to bail Mukri out. They are using the battle spells very, very generously. Next 2 minutes, so Mukri is not going to have the flicker. It's not like he can make any big plays anyways with the IMU. Maybe just the RWM that's worth stealing. But aside from that, there's not really any good ultimates.
Yeah, let's consider that. The two ultimates I would steal is the Real World and the Electrifying Beats. That's better than most, right? Sometimes you're happy with just one, but he has two. Yenny World here gets jumped on, misses.
Wow, they bait RLG into a fight, and Carl definitely fit the bait. One last Shadow Strike will do the job, and at the same time, Grand Theft RWM.
And the fight continues, forcing a flicker from the King, the stolen RWM. There it is. Swiping away. Still, RLG are winning.
That's what ESB needs to do. Run at the face of RLG, shut the show down before it starts being their show. It's the margins for error are so small. They've gotten the engine running, now they gotta keep on going. There's no room to stop. They have to keep on running at RLG, break the base, take control, and end the game as soon as possible. We come back to the live feed. Carl went down the second time. ESB so far, so good.
Oh, look at this fight down bottom. Berwick and Miguel going at it. Miguel is a full level down. Doesn't have as much of a kit. Yenny World spots it. What is Carl getting at? Are we seeing a pattern, Husky, that every game 2 of a series, Carl just goes into a mode where he doesn't care?
It's a Baxia, right? Like, he feels like he can afford not to. It's not like he's gonna die anyways. But yeah, I would prefer if he moves around a bit more around the map. I don't think Miguel is going to get solo killed by Berwick anytime at any part of the game. What Carl needs to do is to help out Astrid, facilitate him like they did in game 2 against Nightmare Esports. Just shut this Paquito down, get the king, free the king from the shackles of this MMA boxer.
That's Terry Bogard you're talking about.
That is Terry Bogard.
As it is, the game has come to a crawl. Again, the only 2 casualties are Carl and a turtle. So it's not over quite yet for RLG. They try to take down Yenny World. Yenny World might not survive this. Carl might miss his jump again. He won't need any help. Asher gets a kill.
Asher is so accurate. Whoa, the flicker, I'm offended. Good RWM. And standing on top of his car with the revitalize, so Aura will survive for a bit longer than ESB would have liked him to. We still end up going down to Step Boy, but that's at the cost of a flicker KO punch, and now Step Boy needs to find another angle. Oh, Miguel gets blown out by Crown. Another electrifying beast. This one doesn't have enough damage.
That is so un-Miguel of Miguel. We're used to him being very conservative, being very aware of how important he is to a fight and to his team's needs, but Ashrit walks into 3!
And that is very Astrid of Astrid. Contrary to the uncanny behavior of Miguel, that is definitely...
Blue team hero has been slain.
That is very un-RLG of RLG. again, we're reverting back to Game 2 behavior from their series with Nightmare. Are they Game 3 machines? Is this all they live for?
They like a challenge. They like the full series. No lower brackets, no problem. We take it all. We take it the distance. This is so odd. How is ESB getting away with this?
Husky.
Now they're gonna invade the jungle.
RLG loves to put the challenge in M Challenge Cup.
Mukri does get caught by the RWM, but that's good distance. Very weak. That's a two-man pull with the I'm Offended. Revitalized used by Carl. The King really wants to run away, but doesn't have the help out to do so. Stolen RWM as a response. 2 kills for ESB.
GG.
I am speechless. ESB are running through RLG like Game 1 didn't happen. But I can't tell you that I didn't see this coming. We literally saw this in the first series of the day.
That's a 5k goal lead. There's one thing we can say about ESB is that they are fulfilling the conditions. They're ticking the checklist of what they need to do before this game completely falls out of the control. Which is run at RLG, get the small wins and snowball it. Just drive and never look back. And so far they haven't had the need to look back.
And truth be told, all RLG need to do is check these bushes, protect Miguel, and don't do just that.
Carl hasn't really had much success in opening up bushes. He's not checking the right bushes, that's for sure, and he's the only one that can do that. That's one of the problems with a draft that only has a singular tank, right? Without utility jungler, your tank needs to do all that work.
I'd like to present an alternative. Aura could have thrown a Void Crystal into that brush. The King could have just ran in randomly, flickered out if there was 3 or more in there. RLG aren't making the most of the resources. RLG seem to be blindsided by maybe 1 or 2 specific ways of playing. And with the early wins that ESB scored, maybe RLG are just giving up on the fact that they can maybe crawl their way back through Game 2. They've accepted that maybe we'll just have to go to Game 3 the way we always do.
That's a dangerous way of thinking, but it does feel like that. There we go, Chatboy in a fight again. This time it's Terry Bogart against 3 players. Well, make it number 4. Flicker is not going to get him far enough, so big shutdown for Aura.
So far, the lead is still astronomical. 5k between these two, and not even a single turtle nor turret for RLG. And Crown is taken away the orange from Ashrit. Ashrit has given up on even minions. See, there's still some green left, but he refuses to take him unless he knows that it's safe. And that puts Carl in such an odd position because he has to clear these bushes too.
They need to start feeding the waves over to Miguel too. So that means Aura needs to take a back seat. Gets the flowing one and then plays the utility role. It's no longer about him. It's about Astrid and Miguel. Especially Miguel, who is left on an island on his own. They're going over to the Chatboy again. This time a chop from Yeti was not enough. Chatboy still ends up going down. Barwick late to the party. And Carl willingly will buy time. He's going to eventually go down, but the job is done.
Carl accepted the fact that he was going to go down, and he pulled the rest of ESB, at least the 2 members up top, away from Ashrit. So I guess better Carl than Ashrit. So far, this Lord looking like it has ESB's name on it. Ashrit, though, going to be peeking. I think Ashrit should be aware that there's more than just 1 member of ESB here, right? Dashing through, spots 4.
Yeah, I think the attempt ends here. Still an RWM. And Jenny on top of it, Astrid able to still dash away and buy distance. So Lord goes over the ESB, but at least Astrid didn't end up going down. Another attempt to fight topside. Chatboy just not catching a break. This is the 3rd time they jump on him. Chatboy dies 3 times in a row.
And I think that was all the more worth it, because Chatboy bought time. Chatboy pulled away 2 members of RLG. If the King and Miguel were anywhere near the Lord Pit, Ashrit might have gone in. Ashrit might have gone all the way. And to think, Ashrit already did peak. Ashrit did try.
Oh, Lord's going to be coming down bottom. The goalie still 5k. It's been stagnant for quite a while for ESB, but it is good enough. This comp is not the best at sieging. They have to really put their face
Blue team turret
into
has
the
been
brick
destroyed.
structures of the inhibitor to do some serious damage. But if they can manage to do that and take an inhibitor, that would be great.
I think it's doable. RLG don't have enough damage just yet. Holy Crystal not on Miguel, so his Harith isn't exactly hitting as hard as it should be. They will save this turret down bottom, and this leaves RLG with all of their inhibitors still standing. Successful defense by the Vietnamese squad.
Best case scenario for RLG in this situation. I think Carl just got his immortality too. Confidence exuding from ESB, right? Spamming their recall. Something that the Malaysian regions knows best. We're famous for that.
And this is the first time in this series, nay, the first time all day that ESB can do this. Because this is a huge lead that they have. 6,000 between them and RLG. While RLG are still forced to play the Ube, they're forced to stick together. It's the only thing they can do. It's what they're supposed to do.
Last time ESB had the lead like this, they threw it away against Nightmare, and as I say, it might just happen. That big I'm offended from Berwick ends up in a kill, but Berwick just get jump on. Here comes Miguel. Incredibly scary. Gonna try and duck right around, left, right, center. One last Chrono Dash's shield is not enough. Brown and Mukri takes him down. A valid attempt from Carl, but that is more than enough for ESB to take us to a game 3 stolen RWM as a cherry on top. ESB stays alive in the group stage.
And they do it again. The biggest smile I've seen on ESB's face all day long. Even they can't believe they got away with it. I wonder how RLG feels about what went down. They were just one game away from sweeping. A head scratch to cap off an unorthodox ending to a game that I could have sworn was all RLG.
I have no idea how they got away with it. I would say that Mukri played a flawless game on this Valentina. We say that there's only the RWM and maybe the electrifying beast that was beneficial to his Valentina, and we even questioned the second pick Valentina, right, as the main way to protect Lucas, but he made it look flawless. Those stolen RWMs doing mad work. This Berwick Ruby goal, those I'm offended are they hit right on the money. Like Miguel had a Holy Crystal in that final fight, but it just was not enough to withstand the sure damage from ESB Titan.
And it ended quickly too. 12-12. That's all ESB needed to run right through RLG. Where does this put RLG mentally? They did not shuffle. Husky, I think that's what it was. They did not change their players. Now they're saying, why didn't we change players? How could you have put the king in the same game back to back? You know that doesn't work. And now they have to win game 3 again.
Yeah, they're doing game 3. They probably bring up version 5, or at the very least they swap around the roles. Maybe Ashford goes back to the gold lane. Yeah, something like that, you know. And they put the king in the jungle. It's up to RLG, right? I think this is a different kind of beatdown that they just received, where they have a draft that by all metrics of the universe should have won them the game, but everything went wrong.
Looking at the math, counting exactly what might go down if ESB still win, I think this still puts RLG into the playoffs, because the head-to-head would benefit RLG. No, actually it's over. No, regardless. ESB can only score 2 points max. Already, RLG are locked in for 1. We shouldn't have put too much thought into this. RLG was going to win no matter what after game 1. They were going to make it to the playoffs.
Right. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they were all smiles.
They didn't care. It didn't matter. RLG played all of us. All 500, 600 people watching on YouTube. Everyone else watching from elsewhere. RLG just wanted to see us and know that they did what they did, and we couldn't do anything about it.
played right into it. Well, at least they have a break before the last game. I guess they could let loose and see what else is in store.
Yep, and that's a break for us too. We'll be right back after a short one. For sure, it's gonna end after this game 3. We'll be right back.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu, đừng.
Ok bạn ơi, lên 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 tôi hết mà nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Utsumaki Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Game 3, what a surprise. RLG in action, of course. ESB confirmed to be out. I don't even know what to expect anymore.
The fact that there's now no more stakes, I think we can just, lay back, turn off some of our analytical side, and just enjoy this last game, right? Who knows? Maybe they'll let through the Florian and Estes. Maybe we'll see some wacky draft from ESB. Bring us back to the past again and give us some hyper marksman jungle, like even a claw jungle or something. Because at this point, they're not gonna make it. I think they've had some time to accept that fact. just let loose. Maybe some teams, at least from what I've seen, when they have nothing to lose, when they get to let loose and play freely, that's where they play their best. Maybe this is where ESB plays their best.
ESB, God bless their souls, are just putting on a fight for all of Mekong to watch. RLG, I wish I could say, in all my years of calling MLBB action, I've been all around the world, Husky. I've been doing this for quite a while. I still do not know what they are up to. Ashrit and Carl, we share a native language, but I'm not sure exactly what language they use when they shot call when you watch their games in Game 2 for both series today against Nightmare and ESB. So now I'm doubting myself. I'm doubting my knowledge of the game. I'm doubting all that I know about MLBB Esports.
You and me, Leo. You and me. Like I was so confident. I came into this. I said, wow, this team, they're gonna win. No matter what, they're gonna win. And they lose in the most unimaginable fashion ever. Sometimes I also doubt myself. Do I know lesser? Am I not knowing enough? What is chat gonna say? This guy is dumb. You know, he doesn't know what he's saying.
Husky, you were at M1 and you saw the growth of the game. You know exactly what MLBB was like from when it was even as big as it is now. And as we try to grow and develop, branch out into these regions that definitely need the help, there are teams like RLG out there, players like Ashrit, who are doing their best. I hope that they're doing their best, because they're gonna need it if they want to taste what it's like to play on a grand stage like MSC 2025. A chance to join the wild card is at stake through qualifying here, being the champions of the M Challenge Cup. Let's get into the draft. Let's not waste any more time yapping. Joy, first ban here for ESB, while RLG, they could ban an Alucard. I don't care.
Yeah, they can ban anything. Funnily enough, when I did last year, I think start of 2024, that was when Malaysia introduced the Academy League. And then there was this one game with no stakes. The team actually went and picked Alucard. Clearly they lost, but it was quite a memorable moment because I did not enjoy that series at all. So for every intensive purposes, even if they do have the choice to ban or pick Alucard, please don't.
You know what? There are things I hate more than I hate Alucard. And this is one of those series wherein, hey, I might have met my match. All Assassins banned by ESB. Joy, Haya, Fanny. Again, a blue side Fanny ban. So this is just ESB reverting to what they know despite the swap in sides. RLG banning out the Loyi, banning out the Estes. Should this be a Florin? An Angela ban?
Probably not now. You could ban something like hold on, chip is open.
They leave it open then. The Baksha ban here by RLG, a favorite for ESB, now taken out. You go Kalia. Does ESB have a Kalia?
Oh yeah, there is also the Kalia. Was Kalia ever banned in the first two games? I don't even remember at this point. Wow, Lucas first pick. Give me a Valentina right now. Valentina
Radiance with Valentina here.
Yep.
And a chip.
Oh boy.
Husky just say anything and I think RLG's gonna pick it.
If I can get 5 out of 5, I would like to demand a 10% cut from their winnings.
I don't think that's gonna fly, man. I don't think it's gonna fly. Radiance Legend, they don't roll like that. I don't actually. You know what? I don't know how they roll. So maybe they'll say yes.
maybe they'll say yes. Yeah,
maybe they'll say yes again.
I mean,
we foresaw them winning. All right, we expected they would win clean game 2. It's just they didn't. So hey, if you wanna ask for anything from them, who knows what they'll say? ESB. With this Lucas opener, who knows what lies in the notebook of Coach Justin, picks a Faramis, despite the Valentina being on the other side. And of course, the Badang. There must
Only
be some
we were
draft that they played in their scrims.
It must be. How I wish we were doing this
Or-
in a
or it
studio,
must be-
because
Or it might be debuting today. Who knows?
I have this. How do I describe this? You know that smile, that laugh of, but you're not like happy. It's like the laugh of disbelief. It's like you cannot believe that something is happening. I cannot
Yep.
believe that this is a possible opening.
It's surreal.
It's so surreal. They won the previous game with a draft that we wrote off. So I don't know. I'm giving them the benefit of doubt. Maybe this Paramus is the key. I wanted to call the 1-1. I didn't expect the 1-1 to come out after the Paramus, but they still picked the 1-1. So, okay, RLG, good on you, Miguel. I'll take it. 3 out of 3. 3 out of 5 so far.
RLG with the bans. I think they'll ban the Lolita, and I think they'll ban the Layla.
They actually banned the Ruby. Oh my goodness. Was the Ruby the flop? Okay, I shouldn't be questioning. I'm sorry. So the King now doesn't get to play Masha.
We don't ask questions here. We don't ask questions here. We just let it roll.
So no Masha for the King. Understandable. This one I can get behind. You know, there's a chip on the other side. At least we get to see the King play a second unique hero before they close out their group stage.
There's the Matilda. Still no clear roamer for ESB, although you could throw the Badang into the roam. That's what about 80-90% of Badangs in the current metagame do. ESB, one more, an XP laner. Don't ban the glue, please don't ban the glue. You answer the glue clean.
It would be blasphemy to ban the glue. Come on, ESB.
You want to face the
What
glue.
else? Okay, they banned the Kalea. They banned the Kalea?
There is no room for the Kalea, but yeah, Coach Justin, I mean, an XP lane Kalea. We've seen that before. We've seen it as early as, you know, our respective Season 15 regular seasons and Mobile Masters.
Yep. Sure, it's not... I mean, you could easily answer that with a Badang, but okay, Angela finally goes through. Now it's a is this a Fred jungle?
I reckon this is an XP lane Valentina, a roam chip, a mid Angela, and then we're still looking for the jungler.
Yeah. Alright, XP Valentina.
Unless RLG just do whatever they want, it's also possible.
I think you're right. I think it's XP Valentina. I don't see any other way that this draft is going to play out.
Or Jungle Valentina. You want to throw back as far as MPL Philippines Season 10? I'm sure someone from ROG watched that.
If there's one person to do it, it's Astrid. Right, Gatot Claude. I can get behind this.
So that is an XP lane Badang and a roam Gatot.
Okay.
Jungle
So it's
Alice. Okay,
jungle.
let's go Jungle Alice. I like that better than a Jungle Fredrin.
I think they played this. They played a version of this draft in the VMC qualifiers. Let me quickly just roll back. I feel like I've seen this before. They played it in the finals. I mean, they lost that game, but they did play a version of this. The Angela mid and the Alice jungle. Yeah.
This one though is a little more lethal on the map. That opener against Legion was more team fight centric, but again, that was Legion. We're talking about the #1 team out of Vietnam and out of the Mekong. So I don't think anything would fly by them. The final handshake for tonight's broadcast, and the final handshake in this game, ESB Titans versus RLG Vietnam. That's the King's unique hero then. Yeah, no, it's an XP lane Valentino confirmed.
Let's see how this one plays out, right? We have Jetboy on the Padang XP. Oh, there's so many spells to steal his Nether Realm. Even the Fist Crack is not too bad of a spell to steal. Obviously, the Lucas Transformation, the AOG, is a buffet for the King, of course. But I do wonder how Miguel wants to play this 1-1. This is not a easy 1-1 game to play into. Like the Netherrealm can just eat up all your crossbow shots and suddenly you're back onto dry land.
It will take time though. RLGV Vietnam aren't online as soon as ESB Titan are. Again, as evidenced by Game 2, they're very much more than happy to just fight and throw bodies if necessary. Welcome to Game 3, the decider in this series. Although we have mathed it out, confirmed ESB will not be making it to the playoffs, but I bet they will be playing their hearts out against RLG here.
Yeah, they might not have, their journey might have ended here, but you go out with a bang. Play for pride at least, right? Like the Bruneians, they would be happy to see that win. I just realized the Crown's gonna head towards the purple buff. They used his retribution earlier to speed up the jungle clear.
And the gold is still at equilibrium. No crazy rotation just yet. Yeniworld and Mukri kick in Ashrit out of the jungle. Oh, fight breaks out.
The moment you say the word, crowd just shows up from the portal. But there's a revitalize to keep Yeniworld topped up. So yeah, nothing significant. They did get the inspire out of Miguel. That resulted into nothing. Mid lane is going to be pretty much stagnant with both mages just wants to hard shove the wave.
Down bottom though, I can sense that it is a struggle for Chep Boy. The King outranges him. The King even outdamages him. And of course, the passive on the Valentina wherein you could just dominate your lane mate in EXP. They gotta send more dudes down there.
Instant flicker forced out. Ashrid actually commits into it. Now that's where Crown shows up with a big shock blast. Ashrid kept alive. The Crown now gets jumped on with a good taunt. First blood for ESB.
As mentioned, ESB is willing to throw bodies. The King's still not at level 4. Can't steal the Unleash the Beast. RLG might have to concede this turtle.
Finally his level 4. Actually steals the AOG instead. Steal the AOG in alone and just ease the taunt. Has to end up using his flicker. Not really sure what the plan was, but RLG gets nothing.
This is all ESB so far. First blood. First turtle. The Brunei squad are punishing RLG for playing a slower lineup. Again, do what you will with the macro capabilities your lineup has, but if you're not online, you're not online. It's going to take a while.
And they don't really have the one-shot potential of the Masha like they did in Game 1, where you can just show up to the shortcut and just slap the back line of ESB back into the fountain. They don't have that luxury. It's going to be a slow burner with all this damage over the time, right? Hard guard with the Alice. So if ESB can get the ball rolling early like they did in game number 2, I think we might see the same ending.
Whoa! There's a shortcut up top.
And then around is out. Mukri out of position. Still, it's going to be Miguel that ends up going down. They just are not ready to fight, Leo. It's just like you said. If you're not ready, you're not ready. That's a triple kill for Crown. And number 4 is going to be served up the menu. Little Alice trying to run away. That's a maniac right there. A quad for Crown.
All 5 taken out. The wipeout by ESB. Not even 5 minutes into game number 3. What a punish. The wrath of the Brunei squad felt unmasked by RLG.
That is a horrible turn of events. And that puts ESB at close to a 4k goal advantage. And not to mention Crown, he's rocking a killing spree. He's 5-0-1 at 4 minutes. This is madness.
This is game 3. Turtle spawns lower quarter. There's not much RLG can do. When you suffer a wipeout like that, and you're down 3k this early on, don't even think of contesting. I mean, silver lining, the king does score the Unleash the Beast, but ESB responds.
What was that shortcut? They were never gonna get anything out of that, and now the king is straight up in no man's land. Actually flickers to avoid the taunt, and now all his skills are on cooldown. 4 members of ESB on his tail, steals the AOG, and
Red team hero has been slain.
He took his time. That is the equivalent of having good cardio in an MMA match.
you know, sometimes Darwinism is a thing, right? Could have gotten out of that, but give it a benefit of the doubt. Maybe he mistapped it. It's a good attempt from the king. A lot of respect.
Or he did it on purpose. Again, he just ran away to buy time for other parts of the map for his squad in an effort to close his 4,000 gold gap in 5 minutes. AOG coming through.
Alright, good night sleep time, Miguel. 9-0 for ESB so far. And what is it? A 5k goal lead. Okay, mid. Tepboy getting jumped on. Gladly takes this fight. Loves those odds. He's still not dead yet. And the window has passed. Astrid not get jump on. Here comes the hard guard. Finally out from Aura. Astrid still alive. And with the help of the chip and the turret, they finally get the first kill with the game. And now maybe he's the counter engage angle. Netherrealm stolen by the king, keeping his teammates safe. And RLG finally strikes back hard. Massive shutdown onto Crown for the king.
Odd exit by Berwick. It's as if he wasn't talking to his teammates when they went all in for that. Looking at the rosters, they are all from Brunei, so I'd reckon they have no communication barriers, no difference in language. Berwick gets a blazing duet onto Carl and the rest of them, although he doesn't hurt as much.
Not yet. Not before his Holy Trinity. So RLG, that's almost a 4k goal swing, right? Now they push themselves under 2,000 in terms of deficit. And Miguel is just going to solo Berwick. This is not good at all. Berwick with the VMI ends up going down in the bottom lane. Miguel is awoken.
But the turtle still goes ESB's way. Slowly but surely, RLG are clawing back, but map-wise, it still belongs to ESB.
And this is where RLG steps on the gas again. Only forward. Not gonna get anything out of that, but some pressure on the map is relieved.
Massive wave down bottom. And Berwick is thinking twice if he should answer to it. And eventually he does. In comes Mukri to help clear as well. This is going to be a big goalpost that both teams are going to want to push through. Mid lane tier 1. As long as mid lane tier 1 stands, this Lord coming up in about a minute ain't free.
ESB turns attention to the bottom lane too. They want this tier 1. Very good movements overall. Making sure that they cover their angles, and Berwick is going to be able to safely take those objectives. They want more than just one. Mukri is also going to be around, making sure they stays out of range so that the king is not going to be able to steal his ultimate.
Check out this angle by Carl. I don't think ESB is aware of this. But why walk into that lower corner? AOG!
Wow, flickers on the aura. They want to take him down. So there's no hard guard for this fight. The Netherrealm keeping them alive underneath the tier 1. Big beast bomb comes out. After able to get out of there, Miguel now joins the fight. They end up losing to Gato Kacha. And throwing bodies allows ESB to take mid tier 1.
I would take that deal any day. My roamer for 2 plus a turret? Yes, please. Good bargain by ESB. This helps him grow that lead back to about 3,000 gold after losing it earlier on. 10 seconds till the Lord comes out. What's Crown thinking?
Looking for Miguel. Wasn't able to get on top of him. And now with the help of hard guard, Crown is straight up going to be dead just as the Lord spawns. You don't want that sort of timing. 3 key items out in the blink of an eye for RLG. Wind of Nature for Miguel. Winter Crown for Astrid. And Fleeting Time for Aura. Lord number 1 most likely going to go over the RLG.
Carl jumping in. Checking range.
Netherrealm being thrown out. Portal was dropped. Destroyed by Berwick. Now he's free hitting. With the blazing duet takes out the king. AOG from Yeti World to the back line looking for Aura, but Unfortunately, the rest of his team aren't really in range. Astrid goes back for the re-engage. They don't have the hard guard just yet. So ESB turns onto the Alice. And now Carl turns onto them. Alice goes back in again. The wall is dropped. Hard guard back online. And now Astrid gets to go to town. The prolonged fight in favor of RLG.
ESB, they understand that the boat is sinking. They have to cap these holes in their sinking boat to take care of business, and all they could score out of that exchange was Carl. Crown still dealing with that Lord down bottom. I think this might be the turning point. RLG have taken their time and have done their best to farm up Ashrit, and Ashrit is ready to go.
As long as there's the hard guard, he's always ready to go. And you can say the same for Miguel. NetherRealm forced to be popped to protect Miguel. Beast Bomb AOG. Beast Bomb hits, but AOG misses. So sadly, no cigar right there for ESB.
Shockwave Blast not dealing any significant amount of damage. I wonder what Crown is building. Something tells me Crown might be building Hybrid. I'm used to that actually dealing a lot of damage when you throw it out. Especially his bites. I reckon there's a good amount of damage from Mukri as well whenever they pick fights, and Crown might see himself as a secondary roamer too, a secondary initiator instead of a full-on damage source for ESB.
But the half of Miguel's health bar from a Shockwave Blast is still pretty significant. It is a combo-based hero after all. You land all your flash combo, flash steps into a Beast Bomb. It's almost a guaranteed kill on the backline. But in this case, the only accessible backline is Miguel, as Aura will almost always be using the hard guard onto his teammates.
The King here still has no ult picked up. They have time to buy about 45 seconds until Lord spawns upper quarter. I think Miguel needs to take care of business first. There's a almost taken out turret down bottom tier 2. No, it's all damage. It's full damage from Crown here. I guess it really is just a matter of that combo. He can only get either one hit or just a Shockwave Blast, and then that's it. If anything, we're waiting for Bearwick to get his 4th item. What is this, a Malefic Roar we're waiting for?
Probably a Malefic Roar with the Legion Sword. So no Winds of Nature for Bearwick anytime soon. They are waiting for the second Lord to spawn, and RLG, if there's anything to show in the previous fight, is that the longer the fight goes on, the stronger they become. Now they will take control of the Lord.
Carl meets up with Crown there, and this all but confirms that RLG might go for the Lord this time. The King now has NetherRealm, so that's the go signal. That's step 1.
Yeah. Let's have time to take a recall too.
Lord.
10 seconds. The resistance. That's the change that made Lord Dance very, very different right now. Now, let's see if RLG can make the play. NetherRealm is going to be used. Actually, they steal the Lord. Somehow with the Faramis, and Miguel ends up going down. The King will pick Barrick up in the process. The hard guard still being used. Astrid now going to town. The rest of ESB just dispersed. They don't want to be a part of this anymore, and they will have to end up giving up one more member. Tepwai with the Winter Crown, and the Cyclone Knight actually ends up getting away. Astrid now continues to chase. Tepwai might have gotten away, but Yenny World might go down. Puppet on string, he has the Winter Crown too. This is just a drawn out fight, but the job is done. Lord for ESB.
That was a very expensive Lord. ESB trades 2 for 1, but does get the big Lord in exchange. Is it just me, Husky, or did Crown leave the scene of the crime a little too soon? Did he skedaddle, much to his team's chagrin? Because I'm sure that they could have fought harder there. I think they could have gotten like 2 more kills if Crown just took it to the chin.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe the call was the moment they got the Lord, Crown just decided that, okay, we got the job done, let's get out of there.
So you're saying it's an Irish exit. He just left without saying anything.
Yeah, he just peaced out. Oh, that's a fist crack into the wall. Carl will piece out of that. Oh, Berwick barely kept alive by the NetherRealm. He runs out of the NetherRealm, but buys enough distance to stay alive. Here comes Miguel on the side, wants to pop the crossbow attack. Mukri gladly gives up his life. doesn't want to sell his teammates out to RLG.
Another Crown classic. You see how he's the first to leave despite being a fighter? I don't know if he had resolve. My eyes were looking elsewhere. I was watching Berwick, but this is a frustrating situation if you were the rest of ESB and your frontline fighter, your big dog, runs away with his tail between his legs. This is problematic. I'm pretty sure ESB should get their act straight and say, hey, Crown, please fight.
Yeah, you're the Hokage. That's not your ninja way. We have nether
I
realm.
mean, yeah, Shinobi are supposed to be sneaky, right? But not like this, not now.
Yeah. Sneakily abandoning your teammates. I don't think that's the way to do it.
That's Sasuke. Sasuke is the absentee father. Naruto, that's not his style.
No, that's not. Naruto fights to the end. He fights even though he is not going to win. He wins with the power of speech sometimes, but he sure as hell will fight.
You gotta fight. Believe it. But Crown doesn't believe it. Twice now. In the past 5 minutes, Crown left early. I'm hoping that for this Lord fight right here, he commits to it. He's on his way to his final item.
He's 7-2, Leo, and he's the first one to bail.
Hey, you don't stay at 7-2 by staying in the fight, all right?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. He's content with what he has. They get the Lord this time, and I'm keeping my eyes on Crown. He's hovering around. Not sure if you want to commit to this. Blazing the way it's out for Berwick, and he's far out of the fight. Here comes Crown finally with the Date Bio energy to the back line. One more shockwave blast, but it might be too late now. Miguel shows up, and Crown is the first one to go down this time. And unfortunately, even with the Lord going over the ESB, they are destined to lose the fight.
I can imagine Crown saying, I told you guys, I told you, I shouldn't have come back in. Now I'm 7-3, and they lost 2 with nothing to say for it. They lost that exchange. Although, to be fair, in all honesty, Crown was hunting Miguel. Crown went back into the river brush, I would assume, to check for Miguel, but Miguel held the other bush farther and went for the late entry. So, that's the story of that fight.
Couldn't find Miguel. There is still one wave pushing top, and RLG are not really dealing with it. They gotta deal with the sideways first. Well, this game goes on for at least another 5 more minutes. I think at this point, the goal lead probably matters very, very less now. As long as ESB kills Miguel, I think they have a chance. They kill Miguel and make sure that Berwick doesn't get drained out by Astrid. And then ESB can win.
ESB lost their lead now. They are out 2,000 gold. RLG are approaching a point wherein they are unstoppable. Again, a majority of the gold is on Ashrit. And I said this earlier, Ashrit was ready 5 minutes ago. But they've been hunting down Miguel. And between the both of them, Miguel is harder to catch. Miguel has a sure purify. He has a free cleanse. And they're leaving Crown here to hunt him down. Maybe it shouldn't be Crown anymore, man. Maybe it should be Berwick. It's easier for Berwick to run away.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe even have Tep Boy +1, right? Someone to really force Miguel into a tough spot. We didn't get to address this early on, I believe, but the King went for a full tank Valentina. He's just a crop.
Makes sense, because again, there's only really one good target for the Angela, maybe 2 if you count Miguel. Making the King a better target should help plenty. Aura 2 being a little more sustainable should go a long way. I've gotten word that Renmar, Slick, Thick, Santa Cruz is watching. I would love to hear your thoughts on the games that elapsed so far here in day 1 of the MCC. They catch the King. Doesn't engage.
The King. Hi, Renma. What a treat that you are witnessing. The King now loses his flicker for 120 seconds. Immortality from Miguel. This is Lord number 3, I think. 2.
Number 2. Is that right?
Lord number 2. Or actually, no, Lord number 3. Yeah, that's Lord number 3. There's the shortcut. Tap Boy gets out. Aura spotted on the map just now, I believe, by Berwick. Taking this, however, Crown able to run away with the Cyclone Eye. Now Jenny will zone them out. This is just a push and pull, and Berwick is trying to put pressure on the bottom lane, which is probably the right thing to do. Uh-oh, Miguel found Berwick as a fight now breaks out at the Lord Pit. It's gonna be Crown missing the Beast Bomb. Miguel solo kills Berwick. Things are going from bad to worse, but Crown is gonna jump to the back line, finding the King and Crown too. The Lord knocks him up, but the NetherRealm keeps Crown safe. The King going down. Doesn't really have any ultimate that he can steal. AOG committed just to zone the Crown away, but here comes Miguel back into the fight, and throughout all of that, Astrid didn't even go down. In fact, he's gaining help from the fight. In the end, it's gonna be 4 for RLG.
The real tragedy is that ESB took a fight where they had the numbers advantage. ESB even spent a retribution to secure the Lord, yet still Miguel, like a superhero at the very last minute, takes the Lord, takes the fight, might even take the game. RLG inside ESB's base.
That the mid inhibitor goes down. 2 more seconds for ESB Mukri. You can see the item slots. Winter Crown, Lightning Truncheon just need to clear out the way. Miguel with the rest of his team. NetherRealm being expended. Miguel just focuses on the crystal. Miguel will take us home. RLG 2-1 over ESB.
There was no way RLG was not going to win that moment. Amazing way of juggling the map. The split between that fight in their bottom lane and, of course, the Lord Pit. RLG taking the series 2-1.
Radiance Legends Gaming lives to fight another day. They have a couple of days to rest up and prepare for the next stage. The best of 5s in the semis, which will be happening on Thursday. But for ESB, it ends today. It ends right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten word that Nightmare, through a tiebreaker, has earned first seed in the group. So that means they will be facing off against Group B's number 2. And so the bracket dictates. Congratulations to RLG here for the win. I could not add any more detail to that last fight because, again, it was spelt out. As soon as Miguel stole away that Lord from a jungler, from a hero with a retribution, that was a clear sign.
Even when we were looking at the blips on the minimap, we could see that Miguel, he was running straight at Berwick. He solo killed Berwick. Like, ESB took the fight without their Claude that hit late game with all his items. That is also another layer of tragedy on top. But at least it's an easier pill to swallow this defeat, knowing that by the time that game 1 ended, there was no chance for ESB to move on forward anymore. They put up a good fight, but no one is as powerful as the Miguel that we saw from RLG.
Now it makes sense. It just dawned upon me what RLG was trying to get at, and it'll make sense once we see the scoreboards. Again, I've gotten word that through a tiebreaker in game time, the score that both teams have now, tied at 3, or rather tied at 4, was broken by a collective game time. So we'll see what that means here in just a bit.
Yeah, I would assume it's the amount of time you like all the games added together. RLG
collective game time, yes.
More ML today, and
yes,
it's a sign of not able to close games out fast enough. Either way, they still made it through. Now for the Group B teams, I wonder what do they have in store for us, because I don't think I recognize any teams from Group B, maybe except for Leon Esports, if this is the same Leon that I remember from last season.
Yes,
I think it is, right? Like, yeah, it is the same from last season.
A majority of it is the same, yes. So here we go. This confirms that Nightmare will indeed be on top of Group A due to a collective tiebreaker. They played so much faster compared to RLG. They will be top in the group.
So quite an interesting way to break the tie. But again, for Group A, ESB, the journey ends here. They put up decent fights against RLG and Nightmare. You know, Nightmare, they showed us the Ube strat that we haven't seen for a long time. Against RLG, they showed us that Ruby Go is still a thing and it does work. But there were also moments that they got blindsided by Carl, Chip, and Miguel as a human being. So Brunei once more will fall short in the qualifiers, just like they did in the last season.
GG well played to the squad from Brunei. And again, congratulations in advance to Nightmare and RLG. They have scored themselves their slots in the playoffs, and they have secured at least 500 bucks in addition to a short vacation, more so for Nightmare, to the beautiful city of Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. But again, $500 and a chance to make it to the wildcards of MSC 2025 at EWC.
Yeah, $500 for a start. If they win the whole thing, they will get it sixfold. And after that, if they hit the wild cards, the possibilities are endless, right? At least they've secured themselves something. That's Group A. We got Group B coming up tomorrow, and then that's where the true climb to the wild card of MSC begins.
Another set of best of threes between the teams in Group B. Once again, that'll be Leon Esports, that'll be King of Gamers, and Rise of Raven. Before we close up, Husky, I have two revelations for you, two epiphanies that have dawned on me in tonight's broadcast.
All right, hit me. What is it?
Number one is read the rule book. The tournament rule book will reveal plenty to you. And number two is the best respect to show your opponents and everyone involved in the tournament is to give it your 100%. And that's exactly what all the teams did in Group A. Congratulations to the teams in the playoffs, and congratulations to everyone in Mekong. Again, the M Challenge Cup is a success year after year, season after season. It's been an honor to be a part of it. Husky, any final thoughts before we wrap up tonight's show?
Today has shown us a lot of surprises, you know, a lot of trip down memory lanes, and I'm happy to see the region continue growing, even though, you know, it's not exponential growth, but every single process is a step in the right way, and now I can't wait for tomorrow.
Excited to see who will come through, become the champion, and make it to MSC at EWC 25. On behalf of Husky, on behalf of everyone making this broadcast possible, Noel, the guy in our ears, and everyone in the back, thank you so much. My name is Leo, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
See you tomorrow.